Chat. Chat. How we doing today, chat? How are we doing today? Wow. I've been chomping at the bit, as they say in Australia, chomping at the bit to talk to you guys, to have a conversation. Wow. What a weekend. I'd never been to San Francisco before. I've flown through San Francisco airport. I'd never really traveled around it though. San Francisco is beautiful. I enjoyed it. I was only there for I guess it was a day and a half, 2 days, but really a day and a half. So it was great. Got to eat some crab legs and some oysters. And while I was doing that, Map from Street Stars, he was eating chicken nugget. He ordered chicken nuggets at a seafood restaurant. And that was interesting. So, yeah, I had a great time. Judgment Day was amazing. The crowd, the atmosphere, all of it. We're going to get into it today. Yeah, the whole stream may just be talking about Judgment Day. I thought about streaming yesterday once I got home. But I wanted to just gather my thoughts because everyone was coming out. There was so many videos that came out about Judgment Day. And so I wanted to keep soaking them in and just get everyone else's thoughts first before I just came out and said what I said. And also, I don't want to be living prisoner of the moment. So I wanted to go back and watch the stream and see what it looked like from y'all's perspective. And then I could really gather my thoughts and we could have a good conversation about it. So anyways, that's the goal today. DC, I see you in here. Diro, Alvaros, Boricua. Saw a lot of people hating on coaches commentating at Judgment Day. Nothing new there. SMH, they just don't actually love basketball. Coach commentating is the best in my opinion. I actually didn't see a lot of negativity as much as I normally do, to be honest, and that let me know the event was good. I saw a lot of negativity in the first. That's one thing we'll talk about. First 30 minutes was bad of the stream. First 30 minutes was horrendous, but I think as people were watching, they started getting into it and they started enjoying it, and they forgot that they were hate watching. So I think there was some of that. But when you're online, I mean, it's the internet. That's what happens. Birdman hand rub, I like it. I like it. Coach and Bonnet were really good, but some of the fans just want yelling and screaming. One thing I always say online, typically fans don't know what they want. So they see something, they feel a certain way about it, and instead of thinking about it and engaging why they don't like it, they just go, I don't like this guy. This guy sucks. And then when they go back to watching what they were watching before, they're like, oh, you know what? The other guy wasn't so bad. That's what typically happens online. So ready to hear my thoughts? We'll get into it for sure. Mid-range, what up, Crazy Cam? Yeah, I am having a great day, Boricua. We ready, man. Great ass event. I appreciate that. It was. I thought it was dope. Made Bonnet look small. Everybody say that. Every time I stand next to people, I got to meet a lot of people this weekend too. It was really dope. There was so many fans there. Everyone always comes up to me and they're like, mid-range, you look way bigger than you do on camera. Pause, I guess, if I need to say that. We need to hear bro's thoughts. Yeah, we'll get into it. I'll probably go in about 5 minutes. We'll start up. I'm feeling good, Ghost. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling very happy. I wanted to get a good sleep, enjoy my Sunday so that we could have a good stream today. I think Coach and Bionic were really good. It was fun commentating with Bionic. I wasn't sure how it would go because we both have a similar monotone voice. So it was either going to be really bad or really good. And that was the first day. That was the first time I'd ever met Bionic. So to meet and be on short notice, I thought we did really well. Love to watch a vlog from you in these events. So I am going to start taking my camera and doing some more content. I hadn't in the past just because I took my camera the first event I went to, and because my brain is doing so many other things, I'm taking this really expensive camera, really expensive microphones and all these things, and then I'm having to keep up with them around, thousands of people. I like to just take my backpack that's got some snacks in there, a couple coffees or energy drinks, and it's I don't have to worry about it getting stolen. I don't want my brain focused on other stuff. So that's kind of the path I've done for the last few events. But now that everything's getting a lot more professional, obviously the security, I know what to expect. I'm going to start taking my camera so that I can do a little bit more content, and I'm going to try to get there a little bit earlier so I can settle in. Think the commentary was great. Appreciate you guys. Loved what I saw that IG story when you were shooting free throws. Hey, I'm not one to get up here and lie. Okay, you guys can trust me. I had hit 5 in a row. All right, and I started talking trash. That was my downfall. I hit 5 in a row, and then Davo was like, "Oh, you out here talking shit all the time. You better be making your free throws." And I'm like, "Hey, 6 in a row." I was counting them. I just kept hitting, and so then he pulled the phone out, and I hit 7. Boom, 7 in a row. And then the pressure was too much. The pressure was too much. I think I went 1 for 4. Not great, guys. Not great. And I'm going to own up. I'll own up. Hey, not my greatest day. Okay. It wasn't my greatest day. Not proud of it. Facts. What up, Castro? How you doing? Hey, those little comic book series you were doing for the one-on-one of it, those were dope. I really like that. You guys got to go check out Castro. Castro, you can type in the chat where to find you, but those little, comic strip things you were doing on Instagram were dope. Best pay-per-view so far? I think so. It was your anniversary, so I couldn't get, damn. Did you get to watch it back, though? But also, congratulations. Setup was great, too. I actually liked the dark gym. So when I first got there, I didn't know what to think. When you first get to an arena, it's really hard to imagine because a lot of people look at gymnasiums, they look at event setups, and they think like what it looks to them in person. But as I sat down and saw how the setup was, I was like, man, this is going to look really dope on camera. And then because we had to imagine what it looked like, and I didn't think there would be that many fans. I just didn't know if we'd be able to fill it up. Because when you do events in LA, San Francisco, like you just don't know what the turnout will be like. So I just I always plan for the worst. And I was like, man, if no fans come in here, it's going to look very empty. Because I used to play NBA games or ABA games out of that arena. So I knew it could seat a lot of people. But then once like the fans started piling in, and once it got full and how dark it was back there with the crowd, I was like, man, this is dope. This is perfect. This is perfect. Refs did a good job too. I think so. 360 cameraman. I'm wanting to get a new camera. So next on my list, I might do a little fundraiser so I can get it, so we can get to these vlogs quicker. What's the little handheld camera? It's not a GoPro, but it's like a DJI something. I've been looking at that because it's not that expensive and it's actually great quality. What should LP do now? You know what? We're gonna get into that. We'll go 2 more minutes. We'll jump in. What a weekend, Map. What a weekend. Like I said to Dev and Bonnet, I'm getting out there early next event, so let's set that up. We got to organize a little better, get out there early. So many people hating on your commentating and then equal amount of people loving it. Well, the good thing about that is, and maybe I'll address that in a second if I don't, remind me. Pro-Am games, always super fun. Yeah, the refs do a lot of Pro-Am games down there too, and they were talking about that. Players walking down the steps, yeah. Is that arena dark? No, it's like an NBA arena where the court you can see fine, but when you look into the crowd, you look off, it's just dark back there. You can't see. So on the court, everything's fine. First game, no people. Yeah, but that's to be expected. It was like a 6-hour event, pocket 3. Yeah, maybe that is what it is. So I've been looking at that camera. Nothing about Lamar. He talked his way to top 3 games. D2 Osmo. All right, yeah. So that's the one I've been looking at, and I think I'm going to get it. What do you guys think about that camera? For those of you that know, New Zealand versus Gillis Filipinas, possibly. We got a lot of other stuff to do today, though. Ending of Nas and Scoob. Where say Lamar got tired walking down the stairs. Coach about to blow up even bigger real soon. I don't know about that. Slow and steady. Doesn't Map hoop, or am I tripping? Map runs Street Stars. Pocket 3 for sure. Okay. Yeah, I'll have a look at it. We might as well get into it. So I'll address the commentating part first. Because I never want you guys to feel like something happened whenever I started playing basketball. Whenever I was in high school, we went to a small town. I'm not going to out the town that we went to, but we went to a small town, and I remember I was really young. I was like a freshman, or I was like in 9th or 10th grade. And I remember the older players were like, hey, every time we go play here, they be calling us racial slurs and monkeys and cussing at you. And they're going to bring up, because everyone gets you get the little play sheet, right? That shows like where players are from and what your hometown is and whatever. So they're like, hey, they're going to say some personal things, but like whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, won't bother me. $5 from DeBoss. DeBoss, that'll be the first question I get to then. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you for the $5. We'll get to that question first after I finish this. Yeah, so they were like, hey, they're going to call you all types of stuff. Like, just don't worry about it. And I'm like, all right, yeah, I've played basketball for five years in front of people. But I remember once I subbed into that game and just having hundreds of people, like saying really personal, racially charged. Like, it was a very, like, now that I'm older, I look back on it, I'm like, oh, we were like pretty much an all black team and we'd go to like an all white school or vice versa. It was very racially charged and there was a lot of personal attacks. And that really hit. Like, yeah, that really bothered me as a kid. But what it also did to me was like, it made me hear some things that were like really, really bad. But then the things I heard after that, I'm like, oh, that's not bad. I've heard worse. So, you know, someone, especially like I'm bald, the joke I get all the time, they're like, you're bald. And I'm like, okay, good one, bro. So that stuff happens, I think, and that's why I like sports. Sports teaches a lot of life lessons and resiliency. So anyways, how's that go back to commentating now? When I look at people complaining, usually when people complain, it's coming from a very real place. So if they're saying my commentary is bad, they don't like it, and I engage with it. And it's like, okay, what do you not like? And most people, whenever they watched me and Bionic, were saying they wanted more reaction. They wanted more like, oh, we want you guys to whatever. But then I also told a lot of people, hey, we're not on camera. So there was a lot of game winners or crossovers or things that would happen and we'd jump up and our faces, like, you know, you see me now, my face is very emotive. My voice isn't. My voice is pretty steady, but I'm very emotive, like with my face. So a lot of times things would happen. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I might say that, right? But you just hear the, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So that's what you guys are picturing. So a lot of people are like, we want more emotion. And I'm like, hey, I'm just not going to be the guy that's loud on the mic, but I hear what you're saying. I'll try and do a better job of relaying that across audio, because I forget, like, I'm not on camera. They're not seeing what me and Bionic are doing. So I don't take the criticism as like, oh, they're really mad at me and they hate me. I go, okay, they feel the type of way. I want to be better. I'm going to take that criticism on the chin, try to be better. So I'll try to improve, but I didn't see any crazy thing. You know, when I first started commentating, there was some pretty crazy stuff being said. Now it's generally like, it's pretty tame, pretty mild, and people are going to like what they like. Most people that don't like my commentary, it's typically because they're used to watching ABC Crew and they really like the ABC Crew. And honestly, like, I'm just not going to be the ABC Crew. They've worked together as a group for so long. Like they've done commentary together for how many, 2-3 years? And they've built up that chemistry. So hundreds of games, built up that chemistry. Every time I've done an event, it's been a different person. It's been a different person every event. So I'm learning chemistry on the fly. So now that's becoming a strength because I'm having to learn a bunch of different personalities and I'm having to do a bunch of different jobs. It's also a negative because I'm not building any consistent chemistry with the person either. So I see both sides of it. I completely understand why people feel the way they feel. But if you were complaining and upset about the commentary this event, you soiled one of the greatest events of all time. You got to find some other stuff to do to be. Your life is pretty good if you can complain about commentary. Things can't be that bad. All right, so we'll get to DeBoss's question. Why are people complaining about the foul rule when its purpose is to stop rewarding hacking when guys have game points? So one thing I wanted to talk about, and I'll answer that one first when we get in. So we're going to talk about this. This pay-per-view event is going to be a lot of what I've seen a lot of ABC crews and then individually how they've done videos. And I've seen like Terry Hosley did one, 1v1 hoops, 1v1 highlights. I've seen a lot of people talking about the event. And one thing I recognized is like, everyone is still very narrative heavy when it comes to how they explain things. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But I watch people be very narrative heavy and then they just take it and run with it. The one narrative, the couple narratives that can't be the main focus of this event, the foul rule, that was like the main thing I hear people talking about and complaining about. And rematches, everyone's saying, oh, I need to see this rematch because that was so good. Oh, rematch. So the two things that I think we're going to discuss these now, that I think people got to stop talking about is the foul rule being bad and wanting to see rematches. So the foul rule in general, everyone is saying, almost everyone, I see very few people that are saying this was a bad event. To me, this is the best pay-per-view ever. At least the best one-on-one game I've ever seen. And then people are like, man, that was the best event ever, or possibly, top 3 event ever. Oh my gosh, so good. They need to really change the foul rule. And I'm like, what? When else do you ever say like something is almost the best ever and then immediately go to like what was wrong with it? The reason the games went the way they went is because of the foul rule. Yes, it feels bad when a player, I completely understand the fan perspective. Missing a free throw and getting the ball back, that feels really bad. There's something that feels wrong with that. But it's because you're used to the one-on-one space where there's infinite fouls. Just think about that. We went from infinite fouls, infinite. You can foul as much as you want. I spoke about this 6 months ago with Nesco, and since I spoke about it, players have started using it to their advantage, and it's really started making a lot of games really ugly. So you guys can blame me for that. But infinite fouls is fucking insane. Okay? If I'm playing in the one-on-one scene, I'm going to be as physical as hell the whole time. Because if I accidentally foul you, like, so what? Check back up. We play again. If you shoot a three-pointer and I foul you, you only go to the free throw line for a chance to make 1 point or a turnover. That's just not beneficial to the offense. That's way more pressure on the offense than it is on the defense. And everyone's saying, hey, it's too physical. Everyone's a hack and everyone's fouling too much and games aren't finishing and games are taking 2 hours and there's too much. Yeah, it did. You know where it didn't happen? It didn't happen yesterday and it didn't happen Saturday in the Judgment Day because players had to be aware of their fouls. They had to be smarter with their fouls. How many times did you see someone guarding a three-point shooter and the shooter would go up for their shot and they'd move their hand out of the way so they didn't pick up a cheap foul? Because they didn't want to foul. They knew it was going to lead to that bonus. We're seeing players play smarter. Then people were saying with the Nas and Scoob game, and we'll address the Nas and Scoob game a little bit more when we get to the matchups, but the way that it ended, they're like, oh, it was such a good game, and I hate that it ended the way it did. And I'm like, but the alternative, yeah, we don't want to see it end that way, but both players still were fresh. Neither one of them were fatigued to where it got ugly and it was gross basketball, because they were still fresh and the fouls kept it from being a hack fest. And it was a display of skill on defense, skill on offense. So does it feel weird that players get the ball back after 7 fouls, by the way, that reset at halftime? Scoob fouled 16 times. Does it feel bad? It does feel bad. I don't like that feeling, but it's the same thing in a real game when your best player fouls out. Let's say we're watching the finals and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander fouls out. The Thunder still have to finish the game. And it's like, man, that sucks that he got his 6th foul. And it's like, yeah, but it keeps him from just fouling infinitely. There's a reason that rule is in place. And the more that rule is in place, the more players will understand the flow, how many fouls I can do and when it starts to not be a benefit anymore. So I think that foul thing came into play 3 times, right? Maybe twice in the final game and then once in the, I think it was Ryan and Scar game. It didn't overly change anything negatively or impact anything negatively, but the positives we got out of that. Every game finished. Every game was clean. Every game we got to see it was decided by the players, even though, it puts a bad taste in your mouth with, well, Nas got the ball back on it. Yeah, I get it. But Scoob had a chance to win the game. It was in his hands to win the game multiple times. It was in Nas's hands to win the game multiple times. So I look at that and go, every event you go to, you can blame the refs or you can blame the rules or whatever, but all the players knew the rules beforehand. They were all sent the rules, all the commentators, the rules are up on the website. Like, everyone has the rules. We're all aware of it. And the best players will adjust. I don't think that game would have gone differently. And then with that, I'll quickly add in too, the referees, the officials. I do think, and I spoke to the officials about this directly, I do think there were a couple missed calls. I think there was a couple missed calls, particularly a few more probably missed on Scoob, as in, like, I think Scoob got fouled on a couple threes that didn't get called. But I mean, overall, like, compared to what we've had, I think that's the best officiated event we've had, other than possibly that free stream. I think that's as good as it's going to get. And both of those officials are professional. Like they referee full time, not just like some guys that do some high school stuff on the side. Like they do the pro-ams. I know I was speaking to one of them. He referees Division I basketball games. Like that's as high of level of referees as we're going to be able to get professionally. Now it's just getting more in tune with each player in each matchup. Now that is something they can get better at, but you only get better at that by reffing more of the one-on-one games. But I thought it was really good. So that's my thoughts on the overall fouling and the foul rule. I don't think we should touch it. I don't think we should touch it until something crazy happens where we're like, oh, people are exploiting the rules. I haven't yet seen a way to exploit this rule. I think A. Millie was talking about you get 2 shots, and if you make your second one, you get the ball back. I just think 2 points on a free throw is pretty crazy. I think maybe that for a 3, if you get fouled on a 3-pointer, but then we're going to see players start flopping for trying to get cheap threes. And so it's just, no matter what you implement, the best players are going to try and take advantage of it. But I do think this was a massive step forward for the one-on-one space, because infinite fouls are insane to me. And I cannot believe it's taken us 6 months to put something like this in place. And now I think that people have seen it. I think all platforms are going to have some form of penalty or bonus. Because again, when you take into account that, Scoob had 16 fouls in that game, when he's thinking about not fouling, hey, I can't foul, can't go into the bonus, had 16. Now imagine infinite fouls. Nas and Scoob would have been fouling the shit out of each other for an hour and a half. How important this game was, they'd just been fouling nonstop. So I liked it. And it gave us one of the best 1v1 games of all time. Why? Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Just keep it the way it is. Let's just, while things are good, let's keep riding the wave, and let's improve other stuff that needs more improvement first. Okay. The next thing, and then the other narrative that I'm not liking that I'm hearing about this is, and I don't think it's a bad narrative, I just think it's lazy. The amount of people, and clip it if you want to. I would love to have a conversation with ABC crew if they're ever down for it. But I think Sel was the one that was saying, like, it was funny. I watched his video when he was breaking down the event, and after every breakdown, he was like, I got to see that rematch, or, oh, next we got to see this rematch, and we got to see this rematch. And I'm seeing a lot of fans also saying, now LP gets the Scoob rematch, and now we need the Rob and Zay rematch, and now we need the Nas and Zay rematch. We need Joseph and LP rematch, and Bruce and Duly rematch. Guys, and Joseph Lewis wants his rematch with Keem. I don't want to see rematches. I don't want to see rematches. There's too many other matches to happen first. I think rematches at some point make sense. Even like Dom and Malik. I don't want to see a Dom and Malik rematch. Like Malik has a different trajectory right now than what Dom has. Malik gets that win. He's got, hey, hold on. I'm trying to go back to small guard. Maybe I got some rematches over there to get my small guard belt over there. But I don't want to see rematches. I don't. The reason this event was so good is because they built up, each matchup kind of built up on its own. I didn't even necessarily want to see the Bruce and Duly rematch. I would have liked to see them both play different people. I don't want to see any rematches. The only rematch to me that makes sense and that I think we do need to see, and it makes sense for both players, I do want to see Nas and Zay. The reason is Zay has beaten Nas. Yes, that was a long time ago. Still holds weight. Still important. But it was around 3 years ago. Okay? But also it was a game to 11 by ones. And moving into this new era, it's games to 30. 2s and 3s with referees and on a platform. That's kind of been the games that have been the most meaningful in the last year. So I think and Zay and Nas 1A, 1B right now. To me, that is the game that makes the most sense on the Ball is Life OTD side in all of the space right now. That is the game that makes the most sense. Any other games, I don't want to see a rematch right now. The fan in me, okay, that's me talking as like the future of the space, what's healthiest for the space, and there's no loser. There's no loser in that matchup, right? There's no loser. No one loses if we see a Zay and a Nas rematch. But when I look at, everyone's like, oh, now we got to see a Scoob Rob rematch. As a fan, yes, I want to see that game. I definitely want to see that game. But as the health of the space, Rob's not playing games at all. So if he steps out and he loses to Scoob, everyone's going to drag him through the comments for however long. Like it's going to hurt his ranking bad or narrative, in the space. If Scoob loses to Rob, he just lost to Nas, now he's going to lose to Rob, and they're going to drag him. And we're going to go from, man, Scoob really earned my respect, and he's one of the best players of all time, to like, oh, he lost to Nas and Rob, he's now number 6. Like, that game doesn't make sense to me for either player. At some point it does. And if the basketball leads us there, boom. If the trash talk leads us there, boom. But we don't need to push these matchups. Let's put matchups that make sense. So the rematches, hopefully you guys can help push back too. When you guys see rematches and someone saying, we got to see this rematch now. We got to see it. Nope. Because the way we get Judgment Day cards is we let the basketball build the narrative. We let the rankings, not our personal rank, but like the power rankings. Like, if you beat number 3, your next matchup should be number 2 or number 1. You shouldn't beat a number 3 player and then play like a nobody. Unless, what I think, if I had to guess, I'm going to assume Nas is wanting to play a pro next, so he won't play Zay next. But that means maybe Zay's next match should be a pro. Maybe he should get a pro too. And then, because win or lose, it doesn't ruin that narrative between Nas and Zay. Then they play each other. I like that. I like that side of it. I don't want to see matchups that is a rematch of something we've already seen that just doesn't make sense for both players. So going forward, games that make sense for both players. I've spoken to a lot of people about this, and most of you agreed, unless you're just lying to my face, but I'd rather see matchups that make sense for both players rather than just one player. So those are my thoughts on the 2 narratives that I want to push back on. The foul rule being bad, even though it produced this type of event, and then the rematches. Stop asking for rematches. Start looking at other matchups first. There's too many matchups out there that need to be had. I'll start reading what you guys have, and then we'll move on to more of the Judgment Day. See, you guys are talking about the free throws and stuff in there. You just get the ball back after the 7th foul. No matter how you change the free throw rule, if you say you get 2 free throws and whatever, to me it's like, well, you're getting 2 points. Getting the 2 points is still powerful. Getting the ball back is still powerful. No matter what you do, it's still gonna be powerful. But right now, fouls are way too powerful for the defense, and we've just gotten used to seeing it. So it feels weird when you push the needle the other direction. I actually think this is a good compromise. You can still foul, and the person doesn't get the ball back. But once we get to 7 fouls and a half, all right, now you're probably fouling a lot. Okay, chill out, buddy. Thank you for subscribing, and also Fabricio, thank you for the Robux money. Great event. Stream was running so smoothly. The cards were crazy good. Commentating was on point. New foul rule was much needed. I appreciate you. I think so too. I do think there's probably room to explore with the new foul rule, but I do not want to see it overhauled. I do not want to see 10 fouls. I don't want to see 2 free throws in the ball. I don't want to see anything crazy. Like, if we're going to tweak it, like the free stream two months ago, we had the same foul rule and it was good, but it was 5 fouls. For this event, it was pushed to 7. So if anything, maybe if you get to 7, everything's an automatic free throw. And then once you get to 10 fouls, you get the ball back. There's ways to tweak it there that I think make a lot more sense, but it's pretty close to being perfect, I think. Should be 6 fouls instead of 7. If they move it to 6, then you should have to make the free throw. I don't. Maybe. Yeah, everyone heard about the rule. So anyways, that's all I want to talk about those 2 narratives. So I want to address what I think overall about the event. I think this was the greatest pay-per-view event ever. And when I say that, I just mean in terms of, now be very clear, I didn't see the first TNC event, the one with Beasley and Lance. But from the people I've asked, they don't have that necessarily as their number 1 pay-per-view on TNC. So to me, I think it's the greatest pay-per-view ever. But at the same time, just with most things, it's very biased. I was there in person, but also I went back and watched the stream. I just thought the quality of it started on time. The quality was good. The event ran as expected. Like I thought it was good. I think the fact that we got Scoob and Nas for the matchup at the top, the top of the card, they're both the exact embodiment of the whole one-on-one scene. They're the exact embodiment of the entire 1v1 scene. Like what the way that Nas went about it, the blueprint, and the way that Scoob's gone about it, check up with everybody, like no questions asked. They both embody what the one-on-one scene is about, and see them go head to head. And it went down to the wire. Scoob, one of the best first halves probably ever. That was crazy. And then to hear Nas speak about the matchup, and when he said, man, Scoob, he did some stuff I wasn't expecting. Like he brought some game that I just was not expecting. Shows you that like these guys are improving. They're constantly improving, constantly getting better. But then the fact that Nas adjusted in real time is a skill that a lot of people don't have. So I just thought this was, that was the perfect way to cap off an event. I do think this pay-per-view, I was so excited because that's why I wore this hat today. I wear it all the time anyways, but I specifically wore this hat today because this pay-per-view was the pay-per-view of full speed right, full speed left. And what I mean by that, and we'll get into this, it's starting to be real basketball. The 1v1 scene is real basketball. And I've been saying it for a while, but the talent level is too good. The talent level is too good now that players are going to lose games. But as long as the game makes sense for both players, it shouldn't negatively impact their rankings too bad, right? So Scoob, for example, I think everyone actually gained more respect for Scoob after that game, and he lost, right? Like LP, the talent, the skill that we see that he has with our eyes, like he lost, and it didn't look close. Dom, who everyone was really high on over on this side, like he lost pretty badly to Malik. Scar, what made Scar, this is one of the best games I've ever seen Scar play just because he was decisive, full speed left, full speed right, shoot your open shots. I felt like this pay-per-view is the embodiment of the space finally turning professional. Finally turning professional. And if you're not a player, Backcourt Connection was talking about this a little bit. They're like, it's about to get really scary for a lot of players. And I think it is. If you haven't started embodying that like professional attitude towards the space, I think you're going to get left behind. And we're seeing that happen with a lot of players. I'm not going to bring up any names, but there's a lot of players that are very skilled. They're aesthetically pleasing to watch. But, I've been saying it on breaking down game film a lot with you guys, and I get a lot of pushback from it too. But shout out Pure Ones, by the way. I see you guys in the chat. There's a lot of players where I'm like, man, he's got skill, but like that's not gonna work against a top 5 player. Like that wouldn't work in a high level anywhere else around the world. So the fact that we're getting to a point where what these guys are doing on the court in a 1v1 space, like that stuff works anyway. Like the stuff Nas was doing, shit, that works in any league. The stuff Scoob was doing, stuff we saw Zay doing, that works anywhere. Keem and Joseph, gee, the free game, what they do when Scar is playing like that, what Malik did. Like hitting those shots like he was hitting, it's like, well, if you're going to be that height and you're going to play basketball somewhere, you got to be hitting crazy shots. Like it's a skill you have to have at that height. So watching those players really impressed me. And it just shows you where the space is going. So as much as I want to say, yeah, greatest pay-per-view of all time, I'm also like, hey, let's not get complacent. A lot of work to be done. Let's keep improving. Let's keep getting better. What do we got in the chat? Have I talked to any players who consider to be bad, lazy defenders and why they choose to play that way? Are you talking about anyone in specific? Gerald Green hooping? I've heard that name thrown around quite a bit. I think the tweak for the next pay-per-view and Ball is Live OTD should remove the make or miss and you keep possession in the bonus. I think you can still keep the pressure of the foul by, well, again, I already addressed this early on. Like you can tweak the rule as much as you want, but whatever you do, like I just think any tweak we make that favors that incentivizes the defense to foul more, I think it's a bad rule. I think any foul rule that incentivizes. I talked to Malik before the game and after the game. Is that announced? Nas, Gerald Green? Is that on Instagram? Oh, shoot. Where's this at? What's the scene? Who is the scene? What's the scene league? So I guess I can talk about this now. So I'd actually heard about this game. Yo, King of Hoops, thank you for the $2. I think we need LP versus Scott. So we're going to talk about some matchups, and that is a great pool because that's one I got in my back pocket. LP versus Scar. Do I know when it's going to be dropped for free on YouTube? No clue. No clue. Is this real? So I will say this has been talked about for a while, and there's another pro matchup as well. There's another matchup that's been talked about as well, and it wasn't allowed to go ahead. I'm pretty sure. You've been trying to tell me it got posted. Well, I appreciate you. I don't know if you noticed, but I've been streaming live, and there's a lot of people in the chat, and I've been trying to make videos, so couldn't see everything. But there's been this matchup, and there's been a couple other pro matchups that I've been heard getting announced. But I think this was supposed to happen a while ago, and I think, you know, when we heard Nas say, I'm going to do one for you guys and one for me, I think that was part. I think this must have been part of the agreement. It's like, all right, well, you know, if you're going to do this matchup, like, you got to play someone on the scene too. So I like this. I think this is great, and I'm glad it's happening. Gerald Green is 40. Well, hey, Nas said this one's for him, so let's let him have this one. I think this is great. Maybe later on today. Maybe later on today we'll talk about this, but pretty dope. Pretty dope, because I do want to stay with this stream for now. People now mad that are playing retired pros. I think that's always been the case, especially with Nas. Like, Nas is always going to he's at the top, and he makes decisions for him, and people don't like it. It is what it is. That's what comes with making decisions for yourself. Piss off a lot of people, but also got him to where he's at. So yeah, he's the one missing a finger. He's also the one that blew out a cupcake in the dunk contest that was sitting on the rim. The scene is how he found, oh, Dang and Lefty. So that is Pep's thing, right? So that's St. Louis. (6'8) versus 6'3). It'll be interesting. It's similar to Rob playing Sonny Weems in China. Sonny Weems is another guy that played in the NBA, but like the height difference and whatever. It's the opposite. Stop playing retired players because they're that good. 50-inch vert. Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, he was the one that used to play on the Nets, and he would catch alley-oops and then catch him up here and be like, it's too easy. I don't want to just dunk it. Let me windmill it first. And then he would dunk it, and his head would still be over the rim. That was Gerald Green. Used to catch the craziest lobs. Nas money line. Yeah, I think Nas got this one. Does Nas have a group that he's working out with, like Street Stars? I'm not sure, Macus. Map is in here. He'll know. Nobody wants to see 40-year-olds. Well, I'm assuming it's going to be some other, like I said, there were some other pros that I heard that were mentioned around the time of that game. And if they go through, I think it'll be a good event. Now, here's another thing I want to talk about with Judgment Day. With the way that the production is starting to look and the flow of just the run of show and the way the quality, now the struggle that some smaller platforms are going to have running live events and running pay-per-views is that part. Like, a lot of people, I think, are really going to start expecting high quality streams. So maybe, yeah, that's got to be something that's really locked in. Unlimited dribbles, and it was to 100. Now he should be back at Breakfast Club. Okay. Makes sense. So he'll be back training with Street Stars, sounds like. LP deleted his Instagram. Yeah. I did that on Instagram. I did that post today and I was trying to tag all the players and I'm like, why can't I find LP's thing? And I thought he blocked me. So I just assumed he had blocked me. But turns out other people were saying it too. They were just like, nah, I think he deleted his Instagram. I think he's done that before too. Pat Bev versus Nas. You rather see Nas play Money Grip Mike. Agree, same. If we're going to play 40-year-olds. First pay-per-view, I'm not going to lie, expecting like 45 minutes between matches or something, but it was so smooth. Yeah, and look, one of the things I think that could have been better, and I'll say this, I think it was too many commercials. I think there's a way to do, maybe not too many, but the flow of it, I think. So I think there were times where, like, we would introduce the players, everyone's getting excited, and we're like, oh, they're about to play, here's the matchup, here's some replays, they're shooting around, we're going to introduce them, now let's go to commercial break. And then we'd be like, waiting for like 5 minutes before, okay, and now we're back, and we're going to play the game. I think they should just blast all the commercials, like, in between the games. So I know like sponsors don't really want you to do that, so that's probably why that happens, but I would like to see like the lead up and everything's happening. I know people would rather watch the players like warming up and stuff and shooting and go into their corners and talking. But then after the game, blast 15 minutes of commercials if you need. People can go heat up their chicken nuggies. They can go to the bathroom. They can go clean the house, do whatever they need to do for 15 minutes, and then get back. But I felt like it was a little bit disjointed. I think that could be a little bit better. But again, hold on. While I say that, that's nitpicking. While I say that, just think about what our pay-per-views looked like before this. You never knew if they're going to start on time. You never knew if it was going to cut out. You never knew if the game was going to fit. Like, things are like that was as pretty good as it gets for what's been happening. Played the interviews too. And I actually don't think it would be a big deal to play the interviews. I just felt the interviews were rushed. Obviously, like, the time to shoot them and then get those out. The man, shout out to like the camera crew, the editing team. Like, they were getting so much stuff done that week. But the fans don't see that stuff. And so when it is rushed, it feels rushed. And so getting those interviews, everyone's watching those interviews back to back, because I was on the plane, I'm watching the interviews as they're dropping. And then as the game starts, it's like, oh, I just watched that interview like 12 hours ago. And now I'm like watching it again, waiting for this game that I've been waiting months for. So again, there's a, if the lead up was done better, let's say those interviews happened like a month ago, that's a long time, maybe 2 weeks ago or a week in advance, or you saw the interview 4 days ago, then you could edit the best viewed parts of those interviews, and then right before their game plays, you can play the highlights of the interview. I think that would have flowed a little bit better. But again, I'm nitpicking here. I kind of want to. Did I have anything else? Oh, yeah. So with the foul rule, another thing that this Judgment Day taught me, and we'll go through the matchups in a second. I just want to talk about just overall initial thoughts. Another thing that this taught me, and a narrative that needs to just stop, and we need to stop thinking about too much. Weight classes don't really matter. They don't really matter. They do a little bit, but they don't really. We overemphasize and overthink height and weight. We focus on it way too much. Scoob and Nas, from what everyone is going back and forth on the comments, like, no, Scoob should be in this weight class and Nas should be here, and no, actually he should have this, and actually he's actually weighs this much, and he actually should be playing. I don't care. Scoob just went out there and hooped, and he almost won that game. Right? There's a lot of players that will play someone a couple inches taller, and they're going to get beat by 40. In a game to 30, they're going to lose by 40 because they've already given up the matchup before they started. Or there's players that are heavier, and it's like, well, that heavier player can't play him. It's not fair. No, I don't care. Check up. where it does make sense. I think we should have some form of weight class or in height class. I think it's height, 6 foot and under. Okay. Then 6'3", 6 foot to 6'3", and then 6'3" up. Other than that, I don't think it matters. Now, the 6'3" and up shouldn't be playing 6 foot and under. That's two height classes, right? That's 2 weight classes of difference. But 1 height class difference, play, check up. I don't care. Next height class of difference, play, check up. I don't care. It just doesn't, I think we hyperfixate on it. Now, where we can match up the same height and same weight, we should do it as much as possible. Where it's there, we should. I'm not saying just don't think about it at all. I'm just saying, like, the amount of conversation we've wasted on foul rules, especially after this pay-per-view, the amount of conversation we wasted on that, the amount of conversations we're wasting on rematches, trying to set up rematches again, and then we're talking about weight classes. This Judgment Day thing showed it just doesn't really matter. The one where it really mattered, was Dom and Malik. I think that one was the only matchup where it really mattered, because small guard, I think, is a unique class in its own. I think it's its own thing, and we should match up small guards with other small guards as much as possible, because it's its own type of game. But anyways, that's another thing this pay-per-view showed me. If a player wants to prepare and play to their strengths, like Scoob can, like what Scoob did with Nas, like, the matchup, it doesn't matter as much as you think. It can be overcome. What up, Tricky? How we doing? Too many online cooks in the kitchen? Agreed. Not everybody built like that. Yeah, but Elijah, we should focus on the players that are built like that, right? We're trying to save too many people by setting up narratives like Malik. I mean, Malik showed me he can play people that's a little bit taller. He's going to have success. I saw the shots he was hitting. He's going to have some success against guys that are a little bit taller. I'm not saying he needs to go play someone 6'5". I'm just saying, like, if Malik plays someone 6 foot, 6'1", he's going to figure it out. He's going to figure it out, where some of these other guys were like, no, he can't play him. It's not fair. They're adults. They're grown men. If he wants to take the matchup, let him take the matchup. Who cares? Weight starts mattering when players are fatigued. I agree. But that's why I think this foul count and the rules that we have now, it doesn't allow, like, these extra super prolonged games with infinite fouls. Used to, strength and weight mattered because these games would drag on for 2 hours and it'd be a tackle fest, and eventually someone would just gas out. Whereas now, like, that skill, as we're seeing, like, there's going to be pros and cons. Yes, Nas was able to drive through Scoob's chest because he's bigger and stronger, but Scoob was getting around Nas. He was playing so fast. I don't think I've ever seen Scoob move that fast. That was crazy. Look what happened when Dom played Zay. So Saint, we're getting somewhere now. When I watched that game, you guys can watch my breakdown, but when I watched that game, I don't think Dom didn't have a plan in his brain and in everyone else's brain. It was kind of just like, oh, it's not fair because of the weight class. The way that Zay beat Dom was the same way that Zay beat LP. Same thing. It wasn't because of the weight class. Yes, I think Zay was going to win. I think he was always going to win, mainly because of the weight, but that's not why the game went the way it went. Dom couldn't figure out how to get space against a player that plays as hard and as physical as Zay. And then the way that Dom lost to Malik was the same way he kind of lost to Malik also. Lost to Zay. Got to figure it out. Late night talks, you, me, Binock were good. Man, I enjoyed it. And a lot of good conversation. And I'm looking forward to we definitely got to collab and have some more conversations for the people to see. Scoob was moving like lightning. Yeah, it was pretty insane. Yeah, again, I don't want to see Malik and Dom rematch. Like, Dom has a different trajectory now. Dom's got this showed, and I said it too. We had, I think when me and Davo spoke, I think the OTD had Dom ranked top 10, the OTD rankings, and I didn't have Dom in my top 10. I did choose that. Hold on, I'm not running now. I chose Dom to win this game. I hadn't seen enough of Malik, and there was a couple things I was worried about with Malik. But I didn't have Dom in my top 10, but I do think a lot of where we thought Dom was, it was a lot of guessing because his last real meaningful game was Zay. Really, he hadn't had like a real meaningful game. Not saying the games he were playing were worthless, because Chris Likes can hoop, and he put belt to Chris Likes. But I mean, it was Chris's first game, so it's really hard to gauge where Dom's at. That game says more about Chris than it does Dom. And then he played Dame, was it? He played Akil Carr. He played Trey Jefferson. He played, he just played a lot of people that aren't really in the one-on-one scene. So it's really hard to gauge where Dom was at. Now he's playing a player that I think skill-wise Dom is there. Like skill-wise, I still think Dom you can be considered top, the best small guard. But it's like now that when you're getting that competition consistently, you're getting to battle test yourself. You're getting to run into problems and then solve them later. I don't think he's ever seen a problem like Malik, other than when he played Zay. And I think in his head and a lot of people's brains, it was like, it was Zay. There's nothing you could do. Doesn't matter. But it's like, no, take those lessons. I tried to speak to him after Undisputed pay-per-view, and I was like, hey, here's some stuff you could have done against Zay. But it's like, no, try to figure out the problem. Even though you're not necessarily supposed to win that game, still get something out of it. And you can take that into this Malik game now. But I think he ran into the same problem with Malik, and he couldn't adjust. Yeah, Dom is still great. So another thing that we need to change, the way we talk about players now when they lose. I've spoken to so many players about this, and I've spoken to you guys on stream, but there's just too much talent now. It's a professional space. There's too much talent. You're going to lose games. It just is what it is, and that's the only way you improve. Look at Scoob when he lost to Eugene, and then look how he started playing every game after that. Look what he did after he lost to Rob and how he played Rob the next time. There's a lot of people that don't learn from their losses. They run from them, but it's like, no, sit in that feeling. Remember what it feels like, but also then go find out why. Why'd you lose the way you did? Go fix it. I think a lot of players don't do that, and it's not their fault. The space just has been like, oh, this guy is trash. This guy is really good. Let's play against each other. So you could just be more prepared and win. Now you're stepping into a space where everyone's prepared. Like, look at Joseph Lewis and Keem. Like, anyone could have won that game. And it wasn't like, oh, he just wanted it more. He just prepared more. It's just like, no, on the day he hit a couple more shots. They both are pros. They both game planned. They both prepared. It's just, we're getting to that point now. So now we got to look a little bit differently at these wins and losses. All credit needs to go to the winners. And then just the way we speak about the losers needs to change. Like, they just lost the game. They're not loser people. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? They just lost the basketball game. It's fine. I would just foul if he can only score 1 point instead of 2 or 3. Yeah, this is what I've been saying. It's either a foul. I've already addressed the fouling. We'll talk it towards the end of. Scoob is playing on the Gerald Green card. Is it the matchup? I think it is, Map. Is it the matchup that Davo was talking about? And Bruce is on it as well, right? Or am I saying too much? You have to understand, not every night is your night. I think that'll help a ton on the mental side. Yeah, so I was telling this story to Cheese in the Discord. I was telling this story whenever I was a director of coaching in Australia. We had 30 teams that competed in from under 12s to under 18s. We had 30 teams, a mixture in there. And so in our league, which is just junior representative basketball, I can't remember how many teams there are, but or how many games there were a night. But just for argument's sake, to keep the numbers even, let's say there are 1,000 games. And there was probably more. But let's just say there's 1,000 games every Friday. At first, I would look at the club that I was coaching. I would look at it and be like, man, we went 12-18 tonight. So we only won 12 games tonight. Like, we suck. Like, we got to get better. And I just kept looking at it. So like, I just fine tune on each Friday. Like, we went 18-12. Like, we're really good. We went 20-10. We went 10-20. Like, my emotions would go like this. And then when I took a step back and I actually started looking at the league averages, does anyone know, what up, Swift Hoops? Does anyone know what the average, if there's 1,000 games played every Friday, how many winners are there? How many losers are there? There's exactly 500 winners and 500 losers. And so, in the way that those leagues work is it grades you you play a grading season first. So it grades you with other teams that are pretty much even to where you are. So they try to make it where you're playing teams that are as good as you are. There's pretty much one team in every division that may go undefeated. Maybe they were graded wrong, or maybe for whatever reason, they just didn't rank as high as they should have. They might go undefeated. There might be a team at the bottom that doesn't win a game. But for the most part, everyone else is around 500. And when I started looking at it like that, I'm like, I guess every league at some point evens out. There's a law of averages. Right now in the one-on-one scene, we're acting like there can be 75% winners and then 25% losers. It's just, we can't do that anymore. No, I didn't leak anything. But yeah, we act like it can be 75% winners and 25% losers. And it's like, no, like you have the days. We've looked at his ranking, and the space wouldn't be where it's at without day. Someone who's willing to he plays players that are way ranked up here, but he'll also play players that are ranked way below him. And he's one of the players that players can kind of grade themselves against. And it makes his record look bad. He's now 500, but Day-Day's just right in the middle, but it's because he plays everyone. Scar is similar. Scar is right in the middle. His record was like 500 when we looked, but he had like 30 games. But then we look at the Nazes and the Robs and the Zays and the Scoobs, and we think that's the norm. That's not the norm. Those 5 players, Nesco, like those guys those are freaks of nature. Okay, pause. Freaks of nature. They've just got so many wins compared to losses, and everyone thinks that's what the space is supposed to look like. So Dom getting that loss, man, people were dragging Dom in the comments, and I'm like, this was his toughest challenge, other than Zay again. But this is his toughest challenge. He's either going to win or lose, but hopefully from the loss, he can learn something from it and take it into his next game. Malik did he lose to Zoe and Boog, or was it Kel and Boog? But either way, he lost. But look at the way he played in this game. Like, shit. Now he's looking like top small guard again. So to me, the space is going to be about these like ups and downs. But when we take a big step back, just remember, like, people are going to be like 500. Like 500. Someone has to lose. You look at that Nas and Scoob game, like someone had to lose. Joseph Lewis and Keem, someone had to lose. That does not make me look at them any different. There are some games that make me look at players a little bit different, mainly because like LP, but that's just the way he talks. LP, the way he talks, and also vibes, the eye test will tell you that LP is the best in the scene. The way he talks, the way he looks when he plays. But then, like when we've seen him tested in these matchups, okay, he's not in that top 5 conversation now. But that to me is like, he's an anomaly. And I think Rob too. Rob's an anomaly. He's only played 14 games, but he's in my top 5, but he's only played 14. He's an anomaly. But everyone else that's in the scene, especially if you're a new player stepping on now, there's just no easy games. There's just no easy games. So you can't take the same pathway Scoob and Moon and Nesco and Nas and Rob and whoever else. You just can't take that same pathway. It's when you step on the scene now, like if you're over 500, you're pretty fucking good. You don't like that Gerald Green matchup at all? How come? It was because of the margin. No, I get that. But like I said, sometimes when you run into a problem you haven't seen, we saw Nas. Nas went down big. He was down 16-6, but Nas is just a different animal. He figured it out. Dom just hasn't been tested like that to have to figure it out. So when he went down big, it was like, I don't know if he can overcome this. It was the same with Duly. I had the same criticism of Duly until he shows me, right? I was like, Duly just, when adversity hits, he just never pushes through the adversity. And then finally some adversity hit and he pushed through it. I'm like, shit, okay, Duly's turning the corner. Shit, Duly looked pretty good, man. When guys like Scar and Day are done being hated on for playing anyone, yeah, I think people are just so hype. Like I said, everyone's hyper fixated on that top 5. So you think everyone should, if your record doesn't look like theirs, you suck. But it just can't be that way anymore. Comparing LP and Rob. No, I think it's fair to compare LP and Rob because the way that people grade Rob and the way that people grade LP and Rob is the same. They grade them both more so on eye test than they do with resume. And it's funny, Rob keeps creeping up in my top 10s and he's not playing games. It's because Moon lost, so he moved down just barely. Then Nesco lost, he moved down barely. And then so Rob stayed where he's at. So they just kind of moved down just past him. Obviously, they just got to win and probably move back up. But Rob is slowly creeping up my list. He's not even playing. But I don't go off a skill or eye test. Who's Rob playing on OTD? I don't think it's set up yet. But I mean, shit. Pick a person. Pick a person. It'd be a good matchup. I got to go see that Gerald Green and Dev game. Dom and ISO got to take the same approach. ISO Tay, I agree. Duly dealt with the physicality far better than I thought he would. Yeah, and it less so physicality because like Duly's a pretty strong player, strong person. You go watch him play fives and he's dominant. But it's just like when things go wrong, he has like a split second. Again, there's a difference between the top 10 players and everyone else. When something goes wrong or some bullshit happens, players, and this happens in fives too, but more in one-on-one, it's just magnified. As soon as something goes wrong, if you look at the ref for a second and then you look back and you're like, oh shoot, I'm still playing, you've already lost that possession. Duly would just have 2 or 3 of those a game and it would end up just like snowballing. Whereas in this game, the ball bounced off his foot and it started rolling, and instead of going, turnover, he sprinted after it, picked it up, hit a 40-footer, and it's like the chances of the refs not calling a turnover, the chance of it not going out of bounds, and the chance that he hits that 3, it's such a low chance. But it's like keep fucking playing until the whistle blows. And so the fact he did that, I was really impressed by Duly. That's not easy to. It's easy for me to say it. I can say it like, oh, just do this. But it's hard as fuck to do it. And he did it. I was super impressed by Duly. And same for Malik. We'll get into the matchups, and I want to talk about some of those things. I think the reason that game though, the Gerald game, and I'm not going to speak for anyone. I'm sure more information will come out on that. But I've just heard that in the works for a while. And otherwise, it's really difficult to get pros, and also to where it makes sense in line with your pay-per-views and stuff. So I think the reason this one took so long to organize was because Nas was still having to do a pay-per-view. Duly definitely don't play his skin tone. Not anymore. Not anymore. He's light-skinned no more. He's able to just keep going. Yeah, I agree. It was more so because he was playing a lot more decisive. 10-1 to Dame and came back. Yeah, but Dame is a little bit different than Malik. Davo on live said that Rob wants Scoob. So let's talk about that since you sent in fake Canadian dollars, Canadian plastic money. This is one of the rematches I don't want to see. I don't want to see. And hold on, let me preface this. This is why I think we got to stop thinking about rematches. That rematch definitely makes sense for Rob. 100% makes sense for Rob. And if I were Rob, I'd want that. As a fan, I want to see that game. But for the space and going forward, I don't think it makes sense for both players. Hear me out. Scoob, I already talked about this earlier, but Scoob just lost to Nas. And it went down to the wire. And everyone is saying, man, he earned my respect. Like, that was amazing, blah, blah, blah. But he still lost. That's still an L. You're telling me the next game Scoob going to take is Rob? Back to the drawing board. You play against Rob. If Scoob wins, does he move up the rankings? Probably not. I've got him at 3 right now. I'll talk about my top 5 in a bit. I've got him at 3 right now, but I don't think it does much for Rob. It does, the culture. We like it for the culture. For Scoob, sorry. I like it for the culture, but it just doesn't do much for Scoob. Whereas Rob wins that game. Shoot. He's good for another couple months. He don't need to take another hit. Like, that's going to be pretty much like that Zay win that he got. So I think it makes sense for Rob. I don't think it makes sense for Scoob right now, but I wouldn't fight that. Like, if that game was going to happen, I definitely wouldn't be the person to step in the way of it. I just think there's better matchups. I think Scoob has a lot of matchups he can play that make more sense and aren't as risky just right now that can lead into the Rob game. And I honestly think Rob has more matchups too. I think Rob's got a lot of matchups that make sense that lead into that too. But again, shit, if they're going to line it up, I'm not going to be the one to stand in the way of that. And I don't want other people being like, mid-range doesn't want them to play. No, if that game happens, it happens. It's like a 7 out of 10 for me right now. I just think there's some 8 out of 10, some 9 out of 10 matchups. Chill on Canada? I can't. We're Americans. Americans apparently don't like Canadians. Actually, it's the other way around. Canadians don't like Americans anymore. Fair enough. Americans don't like Americans anymore. Zay for sure. Yeah, I think Scoob, I think the Zay matchup makes a little bit more sense. And I think Scoob, I think there's a pro out there. Again, Map was talking about it earlier. I just think there's a pro out there too that I think makes sense for Scoob. And hopefully that happens. If that happens, then we get that Rob one after. I just think there's a couple games first. We do need the game, but there's so many more games out there now. Imagine like Scoob versus Keem would be good, right? And they haven't played before. Everyone's like Scoob versus Joseph needs to happen. Scoob versus LP, Scoob versus Rob. Okay, those are all great games, but Scoob versus Keem is similar. Scoob versus Duly, Scoob versus there's a lot of games that would be good that make sense and it helps the other player. Like if Keem beats Scoob, wow, we got another guy that's creeping up on that top 5. If Scoob beats Keem, then it's like, hey, you're showing him that there's a difference between the top 5 and the rest of those players. Same with Duly. But then there's there's Bijan. I would love to see Bijan and Rob play. I would love to see Dang and Scoob, Dang and Rob, Dang, Bijan, AB. Like we're forgetting all of these players that have been building up and that we have to where that Rob and Scoob game can still happen. And I don't think win or lose, I don't think those other games impact the Scoob and Rob game at all. That's my thoughts. Who do I think would win? Rob versus Moon, C4 versus anyone, C4 versus the world, Oklahoma versus the world. Like shit, there's so many matchups. We got Moon versus Lat tonight though. I'm excited for that one. We're having the conversations now, so let's do this. I wanted to have a conversation, and I want you guys to help me out with this too. Let's just fuck it. We're doing it. We're going to talk about, where are we at? We're going to talk about matchups, okay? Let's talk about matchups. Rob and Scoob last game was almost a year ago. Also, Summer Jam would be months out. A lot can happen for the narrative. I agree. I do agree. And I'm just saying we should go for those types of games first that lead back to Rob Scoob. I don't want to just see next game that either of them play as Rob Scoob. You know what I mean? I think games just need to make sense. To be honest, this pay-per-view thing got us limited matchups we want. I know it's business decision, but damn. Yeah, I'm going to give my full analysis on all the matchups, but first what I want to do, and this is something we were going to do today anyways, let's talk about matchups that we need to see happen. And then I'm going to put here rematches. So I'm going to put rematches that we need to see happen, and let's look at matchups that we need to see. That way, when we have these discussions, we can kind of order them. So let's go LP Scoob, LP Joseph, LP. That's it. Those are only rematches for LP. So let's go Scoob. Rob is another rematch everyone's talking about. Scoob. Everyone was like, Scoob and Nas. I'm like, damn, they just played yesterday. Scoob, Nas. Rob versus Moon. Yeah, I'm just going to write the ones I see in the chat. Rob Moon has to happen. Nas Zay. It's a rematch, but it has to happen. So I'll put it here. Nas and Zay, I'm just going to put it the number 1 spot. That's the one rematch to me that makes sense right now. Right this second. Scoob Kel. I don't mind that because now that Scoob lost, that would be a great one to see. Nas versus Zay, LP versus Keem. I love this matchup. This is one that I think no one's talking about, and I can't understand why. Lat Scoob. Oh, hold on. Let me do this. Let's do crossovers separately. So I'm going to do rematches, next matchups. Let's do crossovers. So like TNC. So TNC, OTD, crossover. Let's do those separately too. All right. So I'm sorry, chat. Scar. Yeah, Scar LP. Scar Bijan. Scar has a ton of matchups right now, but let's just do a couple. Scar LP. Dang and Duly. Lap versus Scoob. Nesco Lat. Man, we forgot about Nesco. Rob Nesco. Really? I mean, I'll put it here because obviously I'd love to see that game. I don't think it makes sense for them right now. Actually, it makes a lot of sense for Rob, to be honest. Actually, no. The more I think about that, the more this game makes sense. Scoob Nesco trilogy. Yeah, Scoob's got a lot of rematches that I wouldn't mind to see, but I think later and a game to 30 would be good. Moon. Scoob Moon. I actually think this is the one that's most likely to happen. I'm going to put this up top. I think Scoob and Moon needs to happen before any of those others. Fombi Rob, is that a new matchup? They haven't played before, right? Have Fombi and Rob played? Nesco is washed. I think Nesco just needs to get back on it, get back on his horse. Scar Reese. Ooh, I like that one. That actually, someone said that yesterday in the Discord, and this is one of my favorite matchups that needs to happen. Keon Trey Croft. I think that would be a crossover that I would love to see. Oh, no? Okay. Yeah, Fombi Rob. I'm there. What about C4? Fombi Cam? I don't mind it. Are there many more matchups for Cam? Malik versus Lat rematch. Oh, C4 and Dang. Hold on. I like that. And I think it makes sense for both play. Hold on. Someone with a great pull there. C4 Dang. Oh. Dennis, I love that one. Nesco need to go back to being a lone wolf? Maybe. That's what got him where he's at. C4 versus Bruce. I don't like that one. C4 BJ, that's another rematch, right? But did they ever play? Oh, they played on pay-per-view. I'm not mad at it, but I would love to see them play other players. C4 Keem. Shit. There's a lot of, we're starting to see, you understand why I was saying I don't want to see a lot of rematches, right? You're starting to see like all these matchups that are out there. And we've just started. And I've missed a ton in chat. Scar Moon. And that technically, I don't know if that's really a crossover, but let's just say it is. C4 versus Zay or Rob. Shit. I do think C4 Rob. I don't know why that one's not happening, because I actually don't think like either one that lost, I don't think it would matter. Who else did you say, Zay? AB versus BJ. Hey, now we're thinking, okay. Now we're thinking, say it ain't Kaz. I like the cut of your jib. Pause. I heard that on Talladega Nights. I hope it doesn't mean anything. No, Anchorman. It was on Anchorman. AB versus BJ would be dope. LP Pep. Oh, I got pet. Okay, y'all need y'all need to leave LP alone. We'll talk about the matchups, and I'll go into the LP stuff in right after we finish this. Bronny versus Malik Dunbar. Hey, that's another good one too. All right. All right, let's stop with the crossovers now. So no more crossovers because we're seeing those are just unlikely to happen. Doesn't mean they won't, but those are more unlikely to happen. So let's stop with the crossovers. That's what I'm always telling my players anyways. And let's just look at rematches. Let's look at rematches or new matchups. Reese Tay. All right, now we're thinking. LP Dang. Now we're thinking. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Lat Kel. They played, right? Did Lat and Kel play? Malik versus Boog rematch on pay-per-view. See, we'll talk about this in a second. Keem versus Bijan. I think I put this, right? No, I didn't. Okay, that someone said LP versus Stairmaster. Oh, shit. All right. I can't with y'all, chat. I can't with y'all. Kel Joseph. I don't know if that's a great matchup at the moment. Bijan Joseph. I like that. I know I'm missing a ton in the chat. It's not intentional. I'm just trying to show I think we put LP. Damn, I didn't put that either. LP Bijan. Keem versus Tay. Yeah, that's a crossover one. I don't want to do any more crossovers, but that was one that popped in my head too. As soon as someone brought up Tay. LP versus Silence. LP catching strays. I understand why he deleted his Instagram now. I'd have done the same thing. Mike Bruce versus AB. That's a crossover too, right? Where's Frigga? I don't know if he's playing. C4 versus Moon. What up, Amir? Yeah, that's one of the most obvious that needs to happen, huh? I don't like the Zay Bijan game. Actually, you know what? Actually, I don't mind it. I was just thinking about it. I think it actually does kind of make sense for both of them. Reese versus Keem. I know Reese outside, so I won't put it in the crossover. Dog. Yeah, chill. Go play. Go play. Go play. Moon versus Lat happening in 3 hours. Yeah, I got to have stream over before that happens. Dog agrees too. Okay, look at this list. And this is just us kind of spitballing for like how long? What's this been? 10 minutes? Look at all these matchups here. LP Keem, Duly Keem, Scar Reese, Scar LP, Scar Bijan, Dang Duly, Fombi Rob, Fombi Cam, C4 Rob, Reese. Like, just look at all these matchups that are here. And again, I'll use this for sure, definitely when we talk like in the Discord and talk to Davo and like BIL, like what matchups are pop. But I'm like, look at how many we have. We don't need rematches necessarily. Keyshawn Fombi? Yeah, where's Keyshawn been? That's a good one. Fombi Rob, not a matchup. How come? I think so. Um, hey, Off the Dribble is live right now. Should we watch? Should we just see what they're talking about? Oh, it might not be live now. It might have went away. Never mind. They stopped. All right. But yeah, that's what I got for matchups. I think, like, again, it just shows like how many games there already are. I don't want to look at matchups or rematches necessarily. The one rematch I do want to see, and I do think needs to happen, is Nas versus A. I think that one makes so much sense. The rest of these are kind of fan favorites, and like the fan in me wants to see it, but I don't think we should do rematches unless it makes perfect sense for both players. So that's a really good question. Yo, coach, do you think that if some players lose these matchups, it'll burn out the flame for rematches? Yes, but that's why I don't think we should focus on these rematches. That's why I don't think we should focus on it. We don't need rematches. The rematches that we need to have they'll make sense themselves. So the Nas versus Zay rematch, everyone's been wanting to see it forever, but it's never been like a top priority, right? We'd rather see Nas Zay. Everyone wanted to see Nas LP. So I would say right now, the flame for the Nas LP game, it burnt out. I think it burnt out. Now, I think if LP gets on his horse and gets a couple wins and starts talking trash, like, it'll be back, but it just doesn't make sense. It burnt out. But what game did that open up? Now it opened up Nas versus Zay. So we didn't have to push the narrative. We didn't have to make it. The basketball, as I always say, guys, the basketball will take care of itself. But the more we try to push a certain narrative or we try to script who's going to win or lose, like, it gets weird quick. So I think by showing, like, this was just us spitballing real quick. Look how many matchups there are, and whether, let's look at this, for example. If C4 beats Rob, does that ruin TNC? Does that ruin Rob? Like, no, I still want to see Rob versus Moon. I still want to see C4 versus whoever. Like, I don't think it changes anything. I think that matchup makes sense for both players. Same thing for Rob versus Moon. I think it makes sense for both players. Who else? LP and Bijan. I think it makes sense for both players. If LP loses, who cares? He's already hit rock bottom just now, losing to Zay. He's already hit rock bottom. He loses to Bijan. It's like, whatever. He still passes the eye test. The vibes, we still think he's a top 5 player. But what it does for Bijan, it goes, oh, damn, Bijan beat him. Maybe he needs a shot at like a top 5 player. I think we need to start looking at matchups like that. Does it make sense for both players? And most people have favorites, and that's okay. Favorites and bias and all that, that's actually okay. Just be aware of what your favoritism is or what your bias is. So for me, did I want Scoob, like me personally, did I want Scoob to win that game? Like, yeah, it would have been good for him. I would have liked to see, like, the player that steps out and plays everyone and he overcomes every obstacle. You keep wanting to see the underdog succeed. Of course I wanted to see that, but I also wanted to see Nas win. And the person that has the biggest target on his back and people keep trying to discredit everything he's done, I also wanted to see him back against the wall and have to walk down someone, and he did. So for me, it was a win-win. It's a win-win. So I think we need to start looking at matchups like that. What are games that are win-wins for both players and win-wins for the audience? The Go Airdrip. Glad to have you back, Coach Long Range. Appreciate the $2 airdrip. I'm glad to be back. I'm sorry I missed Friday, but I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad to be stealing all of your ideas, guys, with these matchups. And yeah, I think that's it for those matchups. Pat versus Cardio. Davo asked if we want to see Rob versus Nas or Rob versus Zay. I don't think either makes sense for Rob or Zay, but if those are the choices for Summer Jam, which do you want? I'd like to see, I still think Rob versus Nas is a game that it closes the chapter. At least the narrative on that one, it closes the chapter. I don't think Rob versus Zay makes sense. I just don't. I know Zay probably wants that matchup though, and if he says he wants it and Rob says he wants it, like, I'm not going to stand in the way of players saying what they want to, because that's actually what makes the space what it is. Players wanting matchups. If both of them want it and they want to play, up to them. I just would prefer Nas versus Rob because we wanted to see it for so long. it just closes the chapter on that. Just get out the way. If Nas loses to Rob, it destroys the whole current standing of the rankings, and I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. But if Nas beats Rob, then same thing for Rob. It's going to force Rob to be like, all right, fuck it. I'm just going to play games then. Like, because there's no way he can surpass Nas if he just like doesn't play games. So I think it'd be I think the fans kind of win in that one. I think the fans win, but I don't know if I don't know if those games make sense, but I'm also not going to hate on it. I'm going to, if I get to commentate and be there and I get to watch it, shoot, count me in. Yeah, I think it'd be good for the culture. It'd be good for the people, like all the fans that missed out on the Nas Rob game. I think it'd be good to close the chapter on that. But yeah, Zay, I would rather see Zay versus Rob after, like, I just think they have other matchups to take care of first. And I would love to see a Zay versus Rob like being built up. Not even like us building it up as a narrative, but I'm like, not if Rob played a couple games and Zay's played a couple games, and then it's like, oh, it makes sense for them to match up. I think it'd be great. Who do y'all think can beat Nas? Like, seriously? I mean, anyone in the top 5. Anyone in the top. We saw that game with Scoob. Like, it's not impossible. That's why it's fun. That's why this is fun. Is because like Nas, as much as it seems like it's unfair for him or it's rigged for him, he still has to keep coming out and proving people wrong. But the fact that Scoob had opportunities to win, anyone in the top 5 can beat Nas. It's just Nas is the best one, so your chances are lower to beat him than anyone else. I think Rob has the best chance, to be truthful, just because I think his superpower is just like, I don't know. His superpower works at any level. And so if Rob's hitting like those half court pull up shots, like I don't know what you do. I think speed is his weakness, and every top 5 player has that. Yeah, you have to have a good game plan, but also like my worry is, I heard Biela say this, and I don't completely agree with it. He said that like, oh, anyone that saw that game is going to take Scoob's game plan and use it against him, and I'm like, no, I think they missed their chance, because now that Nas has seen that and he adjusted during the game. And then he won. That's the thing. When you win and someone exploited your weakness and you still win, that's very scary. Because now Nas can like be aware of it and start working on it. That's scary for anyone else that thinks they can go in with the same game plan. I think it's going to be much better for, how do I say this? I think Rob, it makes sense again, just because his superpower, like you have to be there. But, you know, not if Rob is missing a few of those threes, it gets really scary for him. If he's hitting those, I mean, he can beat anybody. I think Nas knows his game so much that I think Nas will be able to game plan better against Zay than Zay will be able to game plan against Nas. But the reason why Zay is one of my favorite players, and why I always say if I was teaching someone how to play, I would choose Zay and Lat, guys like that, because their game works no matter what. Like, even if it happened against LP, I actually don't think Zay played very well. But even when he misses shots, or even when he turns it over, like you still had to deal with him going downhill. And so your next offensive possession is a little bit worse. That'll happen to Nas. Like, you still got to, the game plan, but with Zay, you still got to deal with it. One thing I spoke to Tarandis about, the guy that I brought over from Australia to play, and he played in that 2v1 against Zay. It was funny because Nas was telling him how to guard Zay. He's like, oh, just do this. And then he would try to do it. He's like, dude, he's just too quick. He's like way too strong in certain spots. And it's like, it doesn't matter if you know the game plan against Zay. Like, you still got to deal with him. Hip to everything. Why can Rob play Zay, but they dragging their feet for Nas versus Rob? Again, Axel, I'll be honest. I just think the Nas versus Rob game is far more about the politics of the space than it is about Nas and Rob. I think if it were up to Nas and Rob, I do think they would have dragged their feet a little bit. I think Nas would have, like he typically does. I think he'd drag his feet. He'd make Rob earn it. But then when Rob beat Zay, if Nas wanted to play him, I think Rob would have made Nas earn it. But I think the game would have happened by now if there was no politics involved. It's definitely the politics that screwed that game up. And so when people are saying like Nas is ducking Rob or Rob is ducking it, whatever, I don't like that. It's definitely the politics that made that messy. Let's be clear. Scoob banked in a couple threes though too. So Nas was there. Nas was there on some of those plays where Scoob hit him. So other people, Scoob's superpower is hitting just tough shots. He just does it every game. Every game he hits some crazy stuff that's not supposed to go in. That's his superpower. And obviously his will to win and effort, all that stuff. Stop. Go play. But anyone that's going to take Scoob's game plan, it's like, yeah, you can take the game plan of like being quick and trying to run and make Nas catch up to you. You still got to hit some shit. And so people that are going to take that game plan, it's again, it sounds good on paper, but you still got to do that. Scoob did a step through left-handed floater at one point. There's not a lot of guys doing that. I would rather Eugene play Nas. I think that's another chapter that needs to be closed. Do I think anyone in my top 5 can beat C4? Yeah, I also think C4 can beat anyone in the top 5. I think C4 is that talent. I think LP is that talent. When we just look at talent and skill, like eye test, there's a lot of guys in the space that have top 5 talent. But as we're seeing, what's separating those guys in the top 5 and those players that are outside of that, it's a little bit more than just skill. All of the guys in the top, I'm getting really tired of this narrative. I'm glad that Scoob pointed it out and said, I hate that people are saying I'm winning just because I'm in better shape, or he lost because he's not in good shape. That's, for one, that's a skill to have. But also, we talk about it all the time. Again, this pay-per-view showed me it's the full speed right, full speed left show. Like, look how Scoob beat Nas. Scoob's going in straight lines. He's full speed. And he's like, Nas, you're going to have to deal with this. And he's changing direction, step back, quick decision-making. That is a skill. Now, can Scoob do under reverse drags behind the legs, step backs, and crazy spin through? Like, he can do crazy stuff. He's got good handles. He can do flashy stuff, but that's not what wins you games in the top 5. You do it when you have to do it, but you don't start the game like that. There's a lot of guys that have a lot of skill and a lot of flash, but they don't have the meat and potatoes. So it's like, yeah, it can look good. And you can say eye test all you want, but at some point you got to do the thing. So yeah, I don't like that narrative that people keep saying like skill wise, talent wise. I'm like, well, yeah, but knowing what a good shot is also a skill. And it's something you have to work. It's not easy to do. You have to work on it. You have to practice it. You have to train it. You have to lab it out. Knowing what a good shot is and how to get a good shot is a skill. Being able to do a crazy move to get off a good shot, that's also a skill. It's just a different skill. The fans love it, but I don't think it makes you a better player. Scoob was supposed to make that lefty for game. Was that the hook shot one? C4 versus Mead? That'd be a good game, actually. No, actually it wouldn't. C4 is too athletic, and Mead wants to do more. He wants to be slower pace. C4 is going to speed that pace up. Scoob called backboard. I actually believe it. Does Rob even use game plans? So I actually think Rob has the same issues that this is going to sound bad. It's going to get clipped. I'm going to be on 1v1 hoops or whatever talking about this. I think Rob suffers a little bit from the same stuff LP does. But again, his superpower and his skill level, like shooting the ball and how quickly he shoots the ball, it overcomes so many other things. So Steph Curry is a good comparison here. Steph Curry, like Rob kind of has like the Steph Curry gene, right? Like he can shoot from deep, shoot quick threes. He can fill it up from downtown. But the one part he doesn't have is just the consistency of like getting easy, efficient shots too. So Steph Curry can hit the crazy ones, but he tries to get the good ones first. I think Rob tends more towards, and you also kind of need to have this because it's the one-on-one space, right? Sometimes efficiency and making the right play isn't what gets you your next matchup too. So there's a little bit more of a mixture there. So I think he just hoops. And I think he's probably very rarely ever run into a problem with his game plan. I don't think there's a lot of people that can really give him, I don't think there's a lot of people that can make him change his game plan. First time you paid for a pay-per-view? Worth it? Yeah, I appreciate that. I thought it was too. You hate the whole eye test argument? Yeah, because most people's like what they think they're saying isn't good. Again, common sense ain't so common. Like what's common sense to me, or it might not be common sense to someone else, or what someone else thinks is common sense. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that. The eye test is very similar. And if you go look at any studies, especially about like predicting the performance of young athletes and who's going to be an elite athlete at an older age, we actually get it right. I think it is 20% of the time. So when we're trying to predict like who are the best athletes, when we use our eye test and when we pick and choose as humans, we get it right 20% of the time. So that means you'll have far more of a chance of just letting it sort itself out and not making those predictions. I think we underrate Rob's stamina. I don't think so. I think that, again, that's why I always say all the guys in the top 5, they all pass the physicality test. They all pass the stamina test and hard work test. They already have that. That's why they're in the top 5. And then on top of that, they all have a superpower. And I just think Rob's superpower is just like, it's like Bijan. It's just such a unique, weird superpower that it can, and it's Scoob's similar. I've said this a lot. You guys have heard me say this a lot, and I've said this directly to Scoob. I actually wouldn't change a lot in his game because his superpower is how athletic and awkward and just like the way he can move. And you can't just teach that. And that's like why he's so hard to guard. That's why he can pull off some of these shots and some of these crazy, like he's kind of Shea. This is something that Shea has, but Scoob just naturally has some of this, like that. His superpower is just the way he moves and can pull off these crazy shots. But same for Rob. It's like I wouldn't change much of his game because it's also what makes him as good as he is. So everyone in the top 5 can beat everybody on a given day, and yeah, that's why it's fun. That's why we play the games. That's why we love basketball. That event was amazing from top to bottom. I went alone, made tons of friends. It was so cool. I was so glad with how packed it was. And Mike James was there, which is cool. Which rematch do you think would be game of the year? Rob versus Zay or not? I've already spoken about it. Nas versus Zay. I don't want to see Rob versus Zay for a while. I just think there's other matchups for both of them first. All right. So we addressed most of the things I wanted to talk about before getting into the matchups. I might go to the 1v1 highlights video to do this, or should we, do you want me to go to my notes? Because I could just, I could just refer to my notes. So you guys let me know. Would you rather us watch this 1v1 highlights video and as it's playing, I can talk about the matchups? Or I can look at my notes and be like, here's what my predictions were. And then here's how the games went. My notes were from before the event, by the way. TNCO2, I believe I've watched parts of it, but never all together. Puppies wanting to play, annoying me. Is it crazy to say SGA wouldn't be able to play in the ones? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, that's his whole thing is isolation. Yeah, I mean, he's making millions of dollars doing exactly that. Watch the highlight, notes, show footage, watch the clips. All right, maybe we'll do a combination of both. So we're going to watch this. So maybe I'll watch it, and then I can I'll bring up my notes just to have when we refer to them. Mac TV had a couple predictions that were exactly right. Really proud of him. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of both. All right. We'll do a YouTube video. So play nice, chat. Play nice. What's up, gang? Hope you're doing well. Today I wanted to talk about the Judgment Day event. We've been talking about it all day on stream, but this is actually speaking about the matchups. So I want to get into the matchups. I've also got some notes that we're going to have a look at. For those of you that want to go back and pause, you just got a sneak peek in the notes. But we'll look at both. I want to address each one. We'll go from there. But we're going to use the 1v1 highlights. Go like. I'm already subscribed, but shout out to them and what they do with it. I can't believe they had this up so quick. A day ago. Crazy.
The king, man.
He said, shout out Martin Luther King.
I had a dream too. I'm gonna Eugene up. Well, I told you I was coming for Eugene next.
Style, chopper style, chopper style.
Free game, by the way. How crazy was it that this was the free game? I actually want to address this real quick because this is one thing Joseph did. I talked about it on the broadcast, so those of you that watched, you heard me say it. There's a difference between doing the James Harden step back, the little double toe tap thing, which I hate, and doing the Kemba Walker step back, which Joseph Lewis does. Watch when he goes into a step back, how he's already loaded to lift up into a shot. So look how much space he had. He does not have a lot of space. So if he took 2 steps backwards, Keem closes it out and blocks it. But look how quickly he goes up into a shot. And what do we call these shots? And again, this is when you can tell a pro player really quickly. In range, on balance, open. Like there's no hand there. That's an open shot. And this is what Joseph Lewis did. Man, he really impressed me. Every time I see him, I get more impressed. In range, on balance, open. And I mean, for him, that's his range. We saw it in TNC Champions with the 4-point line. Yeah. This was the game winner here. And one thing I've spoken to Keem about is like, know which way you want to drive so that if you ever need a shot, you know. So this is full speed left. Good defense by Joseph, but this is Keem's superpower, his mid-range jump shot. And he knows he can spin left and he can protect the ball with his left hand. And there's no way you can get to it. This is a layup for Keem. So this is one of those ones where you save. You save in your back pocket until you know you need a bucket. Well, I thought that was the game winner. Maybe he does do that on the game winner later. Oh, maybe that was the game winner, right? No, because I think he took his uniform off. I was like, where's the camera? And rehearsed his line again. So now that we did this, 1v1 highlights is here if you want to read their recap. I usually do, but because I've got my notes, let's see what I had for this game. I'll go to this so you guys can't cheat and look ahead. All right, so I said keys for Keem. You can't give Joseph triple threat threes, right? Which is that in-range, on-balance, open threes. And I spoke to Keem, and I didn't get to speak with Joseph, unfortunately. I spoke to him, but I didn't get to talk to him about a game plan. But I always talk to Keem about game plans, and that was one of the things I mentioned. I'm like, you can't let him get his hands free because that, like, he just doesn't miss. So not giving Joseph triple threat threes, which he only gave him 1. Everything else was Joseph creating that space himself. I was really impressed. Be prepared to adjust based on Joseph's game plan, just because there's not a lot of film out on Joseph. So whatever he does defensively that makes it uncomfortable for you, obviously be ready to adjust. But no wasted possessions. And I think when you go back and watch that game, and that was the difference between Keem versus Hagel. He had 2 or 3 wasted possessions, and he still won by 20. So one thing Keem talked about, this was more his game plan than mine, but he talked about not wanting to have any wasted game plans because he knew how, or any wasted plays, because how important it would be against Joseph. And come to find out, it ended up being a 2-point game. And I don't think he had any of those silly turnovers at the top of the key that he did against Hagel. So he needed that Hagel game to prepare him for the Joseph game. This was awesome to see. Keys for Joseph. Be able to play through the hand on the shoulder, which he did. And that's one thing Keem does, just keeps his hand on your shoulder. So Joseph created that space with the step back and whatever. Be willing to play the long game. I wasn't sure how the foul physicality would happen. And Keem said he was going to use all his fouls. And I think he did. I think he used quite a bit. But Joseph, again, played through that. But then the last thing I had here was not allowing Keem to get great position in the mid-range. So if we want to go back and look at that last play, again, this is one of those that's easier said than done, but it's not necessarily the drive. He does a good job with his push point, right? Pushes him around the elbow, keeps him outside the block, but you got to understand, like, Keem wants to get, like, he's not driving to score a layup. He's driving to get a jump shot here. So he lets him get to the mid-range and lets him spin to a strong side. Again, it's easier said than done because Keem could spin both ways, but this is his go-to shot. And so I allowed him to get to this for game. Great position in the mid-post. And again, it's that Jeremy Lin video of, like, just push him out. Just 1 more inch makes all the difference. So 1 more inch on the first bump, 1 more inch on the second bump. So that way, by the time he gets into his pull-up, maybe he's just outside the key. But again, these guys are pros, and it's just whoever was better on the day. So we were pretty accurate there. I like that.
Yeah, man, I just wanted to recap the game with Keem, the off the dribble, ball is life, Judgment Day.
My bad, guys. I didn't have the screen maxed.
Pay-per-view event, recap, talk on a few things, and man, number one, shout out to Off the Dribble, Ball is Life. They put on a great event, some amazing cards. I mean, really good bump all the way around. I think it was just a great event from top to bottom. It was fun to compete in, so I'm grateful for that. Next, I want to shout out Keem. We put on a show, man. I think it was a game that, you know, pros would really enjoy. Back and forth game, you know, and we went at it. We went at it, so shout out to Keem. I think he came to play. And it was a fun game to be a part of. So, definitely much love to him.
Yeah, I just realized he's wearing sunglasses at night in the dark with a suit on. Big timing. VIP Joseph.
Wish him continued success in this space. Also, for me, I'm just proud of the way I competed. I went out there and I gave it my all. Because what a lot of people don't know is, you know, at my last event, I played with the next chapter on March 14th. We did the Champions competition. And I actually got hurt in that game. I twisted my ankle. And the doctors told me it was going to be about a 2-week recovery. And I knew that we had this Judgment Day game coming up. And I wanted to play in it real bad, but, you know, doctors was telling me it's going to be tough. So, you know, I even reached out to Davo and a few people and said, you know, it's a 50-50 chance I might not be able to compete this game. But I didn't want to let the fans down, if I'm being honest. It was already being promoted, pay-per-view game, me and Keem. And, you know, I did everything I could to prepare as far as getting my ankle right. But I didn't get a chance to spar and get in shape like I wanted to for this game, for making no excuses. Because I feel like two things can be true at the same time. I feel like I went out there and I competed and gave everything. And I want on record to say Keem was the better player today. You know what I'm saying? So, but the reality is I was not 100%. And everybody knew that. But shout out to Off the Dribble and Ball is Life, because they set up some therapy for me while I was out here to get my ankle right. So I did do some rehab while I was out here, but they all knew that I wasn't 100, and even Keem knew that. So we came out here and we competed and we put on a show. And like I said in the post-game interview, win, lose, or draw, every single time I step on the floor, I am going to compete. I'm going to give it my all, and I'm going to always give glory to God.
All right. Yeah, that was a long, man, that was half the video. I don't like that. I don't like when players do the whole, I was injured or whatever, especially after the fact. But all right, there's two different ways to go about what he said. I really liked that game overall. And the fact that it was a free game, they both played their ass off. Like, that was the future. That's what I envision the future of the 1v1 scene being, just two highly skilled players going at it, and whoever wins on the day, like, shout out to them. I don't like saying injuries or anything afterwards because, like, the way Keem is, like, he just probably will never say if he had a jammed finger or rolled his ankle or whatever. And look, Joseph knows this. He's played at the highest level. Like, if you have a rolled ankle or whatever, like, the other team doesn't care. Like, you either play through it or you say you can't play. So I don't fully like that, but I'm not going to hold it against him just because it doesn't sour the product. It doesn't sour the performance that he put on out there. And I don't feel like anyone's going to look at that and be like, oh, damn, he had a rolled ankle. Okay, that game doesn't count. I just think it's like, yeah, he probably shouldn't have said it, but also, I don't know. I think it could be as big of a deal as you want or as little. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I also just don't think as a player there's any point coming out and saying it, because one thing I learned playing overseas is that everyone's always dealing with some type of injury, especially once you get into like the playoffs or whatever. So, like, no excuses. But again, that's just my personal take. Ooh. So this is one of the things we need to talk about. This right here, I think Duly in the past. So I think this has to be a turnover. I think the rule can be, it doesn't need to be bounces, because it'll be like, actually that bounced like 2 times and that's a bounce and that's actually we could do that if we want to. I just think if the ball is unpossessed for like 3 seconds or unpossessed for like 2 seconds, like if you lose possession and it clears 5 feet, 10 feet, you know, there's other sports that have rules like this where it's like a certain distance of not having the ball as a turnover. But again, how often does this happen? Probably this is the first time I've seen it. I don't think this decided the game, but what I am proud of, that's just a rule that we need to jot down now, right? Okay, let's be aware of that rule. But what I am proud of, Duly, fucking keep playing. Keep playing. Keep playing. I don't care what the rule is. Duly from a month ago, 2 months ago, I'll say. Duly from 2 months ago, when that hits his foot, he just stops. Right here. When it hits his foot, Duly would have just gone, oh, man, damn it. He would have just stopped. But for me, I'm like, keep playing. Sprints after it, picks it up, and then Bruce closes out. But like, that's what this space is. Like, deal through adversity. Like, not everything's going to be perfect. Just keep playing. The fact that it also ended up being a long-ass 40-footer with a hand in the face, like, go make the play. So the percentage of that not being called by the ref a turnover is very low. The percentage of Duly keep playing and keeping it from going out of bounds and getting on balance is very low. But then the percentage of hitting that shot with Bruce closing out is very low. So you add all those together, the percentage of making this play is very low. But that's what the one-on-one space is. Like, keep playing until you hear the whistle. Keep playing. Like, always fight. And again, that's a Scoob superpower, right? Scoob gets locked up and there's nowhere to go. He's in jail, and then he somehow finds a way to get off some miracle shot. Keep fucking playing. I was really proud of Duly for this, man. And then he called a timeout. Yeah, I remember this. He called a timeout. I was like, damn. Heesh. Shout out mid-range. As mid-range said, it's very hard to beat someone twice. Duly adapted. It was a clean game. Loved it for sure. Shout out to Duly. Want to see a third and final game. So this, yeah, I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to see a third or final game. Maybe eventually, but it's just got to make sense for both players. I don't think that makes sense for both players. Move on. Move on. Good job. Let's look at, we'll see what we had in our notes. Bruce and Duly. So yeah, keys for Bruce. I said get to his kill spots. I felt like he did that okay. He was missing a lot of shots he probably should have been missing. But again, that's a thing. That's a theme with Bruce. He makes more shots as the game goes on, but unfortunately, sometimes the game is kind of over by the time he starts hitting them, which happened here. Wear Duly down without fouling, which I think he did. I think he tried to do that. Don't have wasted possessions. So again, that's the missing. He missed a couple layups. It was just what we typically see from Bruce, shooting a couple long twos when he could have got a little bit closer. So again, I think Bruce kind of did what he was supposed to do. It's just like, dude, at some point those shots just got to fall. Now that when you're playing talent like this, if those shots aren't falling, it's tough to win. For Duly, I said he needs to match the energy for 30 points, which he did. He finally did that. Embrace the physicality. Again, he did that. But the biggest thing was don't get pushed off your spots and attack downhill. So I spoke with Duly before the game. I spoke with Bruce as well. But I spoke with Duly before the game. I said, dude, you just have to get downhill. So many times he allows someone to push him a little bit and he starts driving east and west. But I was really impressed by when there was some physicality, he would like float and then go, like just go somewhere and make him deal with you. So really impressed by Duly. And the biggest thing with Duly was just his mentality. I spoke to him after the game. Man, super proud, really impressed with Duly. And again, I don't think it means much to Bruce. Like it's hard to beat someone twice in a row. I didn't like this game from the beginning for that reason, but also, I mean, I shout out to Duly and also shout out to Bruce. I definitely think he should have won that game hitting simple shots, but you know, it's kind of been the thorn in Bruce's side. Also, chat, here we are. Real quick, before we get into this Dom and Malik game. I was wrong. Shout out Malik. Even this stuff right here, Dom hasn't played against just this. Like, look where Malik is picking him up and like forcing him like further and further out. Like Dom hasn't played this. I'm not saying he can't, but this is what Dom is typically doing to other people. And now Dom's playing pretty clean. And then Malik was hitting it's just hand down. Just hand down. And this is what offensively, this is what scared me about Malik. I thought Dom, again, the rules favored more clean basketball, but this just typically worried me in the first place. Malik does this drive where he always loops around really wide. And I thought against Dom, it was going to force him into too many tough shots, but I didn't account for Malik. Well, okay, so hold on. That was one of those situations. This is what I was scared of. But, and hopefully they'll show it later. That's what I thought was going to happen far more often because Malik does these really wide looping drives. But then hopefully they show some of these shots in a bit. Oh, this is crazy, first of all. Look at that contest. Oh my gosh. Shooting the leather. They're not going to show it. Anyways, so the couple things that were going to bother me about Malik, I thought the east and west drives were going to hurt him, but he started hitting some of those. So that same thing that just happened where he got walled up and kind of fell, he was getting to that spot and he did the up and under where he jumped and then brought it back down and then finished with the left on the other side. And I was like, what just happened? Then he had one where he double pumped fadeaway and hit it off the glass. And it was like, oh, so he's hit those. But again, I guess this is what he does. It's not a fluke because he had hit some of those in previous games when we were breaking down game film. And I was like, that stuff's not going to work. See, that's not a good shot. That's not a good shot. Well, shit, he did it in the 2 games that I broke down. And now he did it in this game. I'm like, oh, I guess he can just make them. I misjudged. I guess he can just make those and they weren't flukes. So that was one thing I misjudged with Malik on offense. I just didn't realize he was a tough shot maker like that. I knew he could hit tough shots, but that was crazy. And the other thing I wasn't wrong with, okay? Now this is the part that kind of pisses me off, the way y'all be acting in the comments. Everyone was like, man, mid-range is so mad right now that Malik is losing. And I'm like, or that Malik is winning. And I'm like, what? Why? Yeah, he's over on TNC, but like I talked to the TNC guys. Like I have no issue with them. But also, I'm not signed to OTD. I do most OTD events, but I'm not signed. I'm not signed to any platform. But I love the coaching aspect. I love the basketball. And I spoke to Malik the day before, but then I spoke to him on the game day, and I said, look, the things that I have a problem with, and I told him exactly this. I said, the way that you play defense, where he shifts his feet and he guesses, and you remember that game that we broke down, it was him versus, I can't remember who it was, and we just broke it down. I can't remember who he was playing, but I was like, the way that you shift your feet like this, I said, it's not going to work against Dom. And I was like, just keep them solid and force one direction. I said, I don't want to change your game plan if you have a good game plan already, but I was like, just keep this in the back of your mind just in case it's not working. He was really respectful. He was like, man, watch your stuff, like watch your breakdowns and whatever, like super respectful. But when he went out there, I was like, oh, he really game plans for one. And he put in his game plan, and it started, and not that it started going bad, but it was like one thing I criticized him in. I was like, man, you got to just adjust. Like, just don't try to be a bull in a china shop and do the same thing over and over. Like, just adjust. And I also told Dom that. And I was like, hey, he's a different matchup than you've ever played. Just make sure you adjust. Like, don't try to do what's got you all these wins, these 5 in a row wins, 6 in a row wins, whatever. It's a different game. Just whenever he stops it, adjust. And as the game went on, Malik just like, as soon as he saw what Dom was doing, he just adjusted. So I was really impressed by Malik. And again, I called it wrong. And I told him to his face too. I was like, dude, I had Dom winning. You really impressed me. But I did say I was going to have him on the show, and we'll do an interview, and then I can say to his face, I was wrong. I apologize. But don't ever get it misconstrued that I want certain players to lose, certain players to win. I love basketball, and it's just basketball. And as you see, like whenever people are like, who's your favorite player? Who's your favorite team? I'm like, I just like good basketball. Women's basketball, men's, like TNC, OTD, ball is like whatever it is. I'm going to smaller platforms. I just want to see people succeed. So I'll help either side, anyone that asks for advice. I don't want Malik to lose. So I just wanted to address that because I saw it in the comments a lot. And I'm like, you guys better stop with that. That's trash. Trash narrative. Best defense you ever saw from Malik? Yeah, but it was just, he just adjusted. He just changed once he saw what Dom was doing. It was so good. And I also want to talk about this one too.
Oh man, this is the game the city came to see, man. We got Ryan, Willa, aka Bucks, representing the city, man, going against Scar, man.
Hey, this move was nice though, and then I ain't gonna spoil it, but damn, this move was crazy. This little hesitation, in and out, and then gets from the 3-point line all the way to the basket without another dribble. Fillet, alley-oop to Scar. Damn. Rod Dav, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that proves that TNC's small guard class is just elite. So this game, we'll look at my notes here, but I remember I was pretty accurate with this one. But it wasn't like, oh, I'm so smart and I called it. It was just, I thought this game could go one of two ways. It was either going to be both players clip farming, or we saw how Scar has been over the last couple of weeks where he's like a little bit more intense. He says he's taking it serious, but we've heard this before. So it's like, don't say it, show us. And so I said keys for Ryan, get the crowd involved early, because I think he's just an energy guy. He's a highlight factory. If once he sees one go in, it can really like change the whole way that the game is going. I said, don't overreact to fakes, because I thought Scar would do a little bit more left and right, but just like stay solid. But also for Ryan, it was like, hey, you're never out of the game. Scar is always going to give you a chance to get back in the game. And we'll talk about this. But I said keys for Scar, play downhill, which he did, keep his foot on the gas, which he did. Don't get into a highlight contest. So when you look at all of these other breakdowns, it's been pretty even, right? Like, oh, if this player does this, he has a chance. If this player does this. This was my only breakdown where I was like, Ryan's just got to, hopefully he can bait Scar into some clip farming. Because if you do that, it'll be a good game. Because that's what Ryan can do. But Scar's talent level and like athleticism it's probably too much for Ryan at the moment. It's something that Ryan's going to have to work on. But if Scar ever decides to just duck his shoulder and go, like, it's just, there's a lot of people that can't guard him on the scene, but he just never sticks with it for a full game. And I think he had 1 or 2 plays, and I said it on the commentary, 1 or 2 plays where I was like, hey, Scar, be careful. I didn't say to him, but I'm just saying, like, old Scar creeping in, but then he just like locked back in and went straight back to it. And that's a skill that you have to build up over time. And we'll talk about that with the LP matchup. But Scar really showed that, like, you're not going to be perfect throughout a game. You're going to mess up your game plan, but how quickly can you get back on track? Don't let one bad possession turn into like, now I got to get a clip, or now I really got to cross him, or he crossed me, now I got to go at him. No, foot on the gas. Game plan is get downhill, and Scar did that. I was really impressed. I was really proud of Scar. Did you guys hear the interview? There's a viral clip. Bionics got it. I'll see if I can find it. I think it's on Bionics' page from Scar. Hilarious. Oh, it was on his story, so maybe we'll miss it. Yeah, we missed it, but there was a viral clip going around that Scar, when we tried to interview him, I was like, hey, Scar, what do you, he goes, I'm here, aren't I? And I was like, all right. He answered my question. I was like, Bionic, do you got anything? And he's like, Scar, you're trying to get some more pay-per-view matches, and I just want to go. And he's like, he ain't shit. I'm better than him. Just fucking go. He's fucking sorry. What is this shit? And he just takes the headset off and he just glares at us and he walks off. And I'm like, I've never seen Scar like this, but it's like if you're a player that struggles with, if you're somewhere in life where you struggle with having like a fire in your belly, go watch that. And it's like that fire that Scar had, you need to be able to channel that in your workouts. So when you go lift weights, you need to remember that moment. This guy can't beat me. I'm lifting weights. I want to be the strongest. When you're running, when you're going for a run, I want to be the fastest. I want to be the best, whatever. You just need to channel that in everything you do. And then when you step on the court, you channel it again. And having that on and off switch, being able to channel that is super important. That's what all those top 5 players have. Rob might not have that yet when it comes to killer mentality in the ones, but you can tell every other aspect he has it, because it's like, well, you don't get as strong and as fast and athletic and shot making ability without kind of having that. All those other guys have it too. And it's like, that's what Scar is missing. So that if you do have the pay-per-view, definitely go look at that clip. It was hilarious. All right, we're going to get into some heavy discussions here. What up, soldier? Oh, my bad. Look at the difference of these two players. Look where Zay starts. And it's just direct drive downhill. You'll have to guard him. What up, Vetrix? Yeah, I also talked about it on commentary about Scar being able to steal going to the right. And he had like 10 steals that game. So look where he starts. Now look where LP starts. And so in my brain, this is the stuff I was talking about when I did that first event with LP. These are the things I was pointing out. And these are the things people were, you go read the comments of that and people were saying I was hating on Lamar. And I'm like, no, I'm actually comparing Lamar to the other top 5 players. I'm not comparing Lamar to normal people on the scene. It's not fair. He's way better. But these are the things that will hold you back against the top 5 players. Again, what's an efficient shot? Like having a game plan that can last till 30. And it's like this right here, catching it here. Why would you ever? Why would you ever want to catch it here if you want to be an efficient scorer? Damn, that is such a deep shot. And like, we know what he's capable of, but you don't want your game plan to be based on hitting these really deep shots. And that's a high contest. Like, that is tough. And then you look at this and it's like, he played really good defense against Zay. But I said this on commentary too. I think Zay is the best post player in all of the one-on-one scene. Even the bigs. I think he's the best post player by far. And this was game point. And like I said, again, this is really good defense. Really good defense. Oh, my bad. But look where Zay gets to. Even though there's physicality, Lamar kind of hits ball or arm, but it's like, look where Zay gets to. So his tough shots are still the highest percentage shot in basketball. So that's a really tough possession by Zay, but he ends up with the highest percentage shot in basketball. Whereas Lamar's shots, without trying, what's the difficulty on this shot? Like, what's the difficulty level on that shot? That's an insane difficulty level. Yes, he is capable of making them, but if you get into a battle of Zay shooting all highest percentage shots in basketball, and those are the ones you're making, jeez. Law of averages is just going to say Zay's going to take this home, right?
So what it is, you should have bet your life. Told you the second one. You know what it is, right? Maybe from the little shit, man. Loaded, you know it's no, they said you know it's no question. Everybody knows. Man. Shout out Cosby, man. Shout out my father. Shout out Martin Luther King, man. I had a dream too.
Had a dream too.
Come on, Keith, so you know who we are. Where Ray at, man? We call Ray.
Man. So my notes on this one, it's pretty, like, it's not going to surprise anybody. What were they? Keys for Zay. Force the game to go as long as possible, right? So no quick threes and, like, don't allow LP quick hitters. Like, just force it to be like, hey, you're dealing with me for 30 points. Take away the triple threat threes, right? And force him to the right. Again, Lamar, I get a lot of hate for saying this, but yes, Lamar can finish going to the right, but it's like your best chance to stop him is making him go that way. If you let him go left, it's over. LP still got to his left hand a couple times. And again, that's something I mentioned on commentary, but Zay, for the most part, was forcing him to the right, and he didn't allow any triple threat threes. Then it was stay disciplined on the snatchback, which Lamar got to, I think, one time. I think he only got to it one time, but Zay, just stay disciplined. Don't jump out of your shoes and give up a easy layup. Then keys for LP. Don't allow Zay any easy threes. Because again, Zay can't shoot, but just don't allow him easy threes. And he allowed 6 or 8. Did he shoot 8 threes? But he shot 50% because they were all easy. We've been breaking down Zay's shot over the last couple months, and it's like he's not hitting a lot of shots off the dribble. He's not hitting a lot of shots with a hand in the face, but he is hitting a shit ton of shots when you're just backing up because you don't want him to drive. He hits a lot of those at a very high percent. So it's like, don't let him do that. Well, you did that. Keep Zay from getting to the low post on the right side. Specifically, yes, it's similar to LP. He's still going to score on the left side. But when he gets to the right, his percentages on anything in the post, like driving, floaters, fadeaway, whatever going right, is just like astronomically high. Keep the game over to the left. LP didn't really start forcing him left till it was too late. He had already scored more than half of his points turning over his left shoulder to the right. And then I said, don't gas out early trying to stop everything. There was a couple plays where Lamar got like blocks and steals where he was like selling out to get them. But it's like, all right, now on offense, you got to go score. And it's like, it's almost better off playing that game, expecting it to be a long game. So don't give Zay any quick, easy possessions. Don't take your foot off the gas in all these spots. But sometimes don't sell out for a stop. If you got beat, sometimes you got beat. So anyways, with that being said, maybe we'll talk about each of these matchups as the week goes on a little bit more, but I kind of want to talk about it now. But really, LP, I think the reason people are dragging him so much through the comments is because how much he talks. But also, I think everyone assumes he's in the top 5. You know, everyone thinks talent-wise he should be here, so he underperformed. That's why people want to drag him. I don't think you should. But again, fans are gonna be fans. He's a grown man. He can fend for himself. But what I do want to say is, like, I feel like it's a very obvious fix he needs to make. And I say this often, it's very obvious what you need to do to go from number 10 to number 5. It's a very obvious fix. Get in better shape, get stronger, have a better game plan, be more disciplined. It's very easy to say, but it is one of the hardest things to do at any elite level of anything. That little last like 5%, overcoming that last 5% is not, it's just so difficult. And that's why so few people do it. That's why so few people can be at the top of any industry of anything. And I think that's just the one thing LP has to do. And the only thing that I don't like, the only thing that makes me nervous about the LP thing is he keeps saying he's done it. There's been 3 or 4 times now where he's like, I'm in prime shape. I'm in rare form. I'm in shape now. I'm prepared for the long game. I'm not going to take lazy shots. I'm not going to do this and whatever. He's saying it a bunch. And it's like, all right, like at some point, like you just got to say it. You just got to show it. So the one thing LP's got to do now is he's just got to walk the talk. I think he's one of the most explosive players on the scene. He's still one of the best players I've been around, but there's so much more that comes with it than just like being able to do explosive, cool dribble moves and then put the ball through the hoop in a flashy way. Like sometimes, like we see it in the NBA, right? It's not who scores the first 5 points wins. Or who gets the most highlights wins. It's whoever's winning at the end of 4 quarters. You still got to play the whole game. So that's definitely something he's got to work on. Everyone sees it though. Lamar sees it, but that last 5%, I don't want to sit here and all of us act like we could all do it. That last 5% is just so impressive and it's so tough to do, which is why I have so much respect for Scoob, Nas, Nesco, Moon, Rob, Zay, like those guys that have just done this for years. It's like, hats off. I'm not going to take my hat off because I'm bald, but Zay likes the floaters on the left side more, but he's still shooting them with his right hand, so you can contest them on the left. And if you go back and watch that Bruce versus Zay pay-per-view, that was the best that anyone's ever guarded Zay, I think.
Top guys in the space are about to battle it out. Both of these dudes are undefeated.
I wish I could break down these games.
Before I do that,
Guys, imagine he hit this for game. Imagine he hit this for game. Full speed left. Into a step back. I'm telling y'all, this pay-per-view, hey, we're pushing the narrative here. This pay-per-view was the epitome of full speed right, full speed left. That's all this whole pay-per-view was. The winners and people that played like this started playing efficient basketball. That's what the scene is turning into now. Oh, me and Bonik both stood up. Me and Bonik both stood up right here. As soon as we saw Nas touch ground, we stood up in range, open, on balance. Obviously, these shots are a little tougher when you're like your legs are dead, your brain is fried. But this is where champions are made, right? Damn. Ooh. Even as it was bouncing, I was like, that might bounce in. Look how Scoob's playing. Full speed left. Full speed left. Full speed right. I'm telling y'all, man, Scoob, he must have been watching game film. Shout out Scoob, dog. Jeez. Hey, full speed right. In range, open, on balance. Now, what adjustment did Nas make? What adjustment did Nas make? Start battling. Damn, this was a crazy game. This was a crazy game. Let's see what my notes were, though. I don't even know how good my notes were on this one. Scoob. Keys for Scoob. Must make tough shots. He did that. He made tough shots. Play through the contact on offense. He did that. And he did get fouled towards the end, and some of them weren't called. But he did do that. Work for every inch. It really just came down to like Scoob's just going to have to overcome some adversity, basically. Keys for Nas. I'm reading this now. Hold on. So remember, these notes were done 3 weeks ago. Keys for Nas. Can't allow Scoob to see any daylight early. Wasn't really up to Nas there. Scoob got going 16-6. Has to establish physical dominance within the new rules. Right? And the way that Nas did that was offensively. Offensively, he started really lowering his shoulder and just going straight at Scoob. And I do think that took a lot of wind from Scoob, which Nas at first was, I didn't like that he was shooting some probably too many outside shots. He was doing too much left and right. Once that halftime came and he started going downhill, got really tough for Scoob. And then I just said, can't let Scoob hang around. But again, that's more just like a saying. Because, yeah, once Scoob sees some daylight, like, he's got a chance to walk people down, which is what he's known for. But Scoob was ahead for majority of the game. So a couple things I want to address with this game. First, I do think this was the best 1v1 game I've ever seen. I do think it's a 1A and 1B scenario. For me, this is the best. Okay, so this is number one. But I do think it's a 1A, 1B scenario with the Rob versus Zay game. I think that was the other game that if someone's like Rob versus Zay is better, hey, you got it. You got it, King. You got it. I think those are the two best games I've probably ever seen. It's funny that it happens to be two of the top five matchups. So those are the two best games I've seen. This one to me was my favorite just because what it meant for the space, number one versus number two, how close it was. Both had opportunities to win it. And then nothing crazy happened. Like it wasn't any crazy fouls, wasn't any crazy, like Scoob almost ended it off a clip, which would have been one of the craziest shots of all time. I really enjoyed this game. The couple frustrations I had with it, and I said this I spoke to the referees afterwards, and I said, look, I'll be honest, I think you missed a couple calls on Scoob. And I said, again, I'm a fan. Yeah, I'm telling you from a fan perspective, from someone who doesn't understand, I'm not an official, but I said from my perspective, it looked like you missed a couple fouls on Scoob. And I said, look, you guys are going to go back and watch that on film, so you'll be able to know if you actually missed it or not. I was like, but from where I sat, it looked like you missed a couple. And the referees were really good. They would come up and ask for, what we thought as the games were going on. They were really good. They were just like, look, the same call we didn't call for Scoob, we also didn't call for Nas the play before. So it evened out. And I was like, I got you. I got you. So again, I do want to get the referees on and have conversations with them so they can tell their side too. But even with those couple missed calls, I think it was the best officiated pay-per-view yet, as in like, implementing the new rules. Every game finished. Every game kept its pace. So we weren't allowing players to lay on the floor and get extra rest. Like they really dealt with the time delay and everything. Like all the rules that were implemented allowed for this pay-per-view to finish off the way it did. And every single player that was supposed to win, really, I think won. And what I mean by that is, like, I don't feel like the games were decided on the officiating or on the new rules. Like every player that won, like, was in control of their own destiny. And even some of the players that lost were in control of their own destiny. The only games where that wasn't the case really was, well, I guess LP Zay had nothing to do with the refs. Scar Ryan, I'm not saying it had nothing to do with the refs. Even if it was bad refs, it wouldn't have mattered. LPZ, Scar Ryan, Dom Malik. Those games could have had bad refs. But I think Joseph and Keem, and I think this one, plus Bruce and Duly, and then Nas Scoob, I think, you tinker with the fouls, you make bad foul calls in any of those, and I think those games turn into disasters. So I thought it was really good. Yeah, I got nothing much else to say other than when I do full breakdowns of each matchup in the future. Nothing else really to say about the event other than I thought it was super dope. So thank you for 1v1 highlights for doing that. And let me know what you guys thought down below. And I'll see you in the next one. There was so many people in the comments the first 30 minutes that were so mad about things on stream. They're like, they're starting. The game hasn't started and it's 12:10. And it's like, well, the first game starts at 12:15. You'll be fine. Stream started exactly on time. I thought quality and, like I said, officiate, everything was so good that the issues to talk about are like little nitpicks. I think we can nitpick, and I think we should nitpick. We should nitpick things. We should improve on things, but don't let the nitpick become the narrative. And that's what I was talking about with the foul thing. Stop talking about the fouls ruining it. Didn't ruin it. Yes, Nas benefited more because he got into the bonus, but at the same time, Scoob had 16 fouls in that game. It wasn't like Nas got the bonus off of 2 fouls. Once it got to 16 fouls is when Nas got the ball back. But one thing that the fouling thing did that I noticed, it forces the games to finish sooner. If there is no bonus and you're not getting the ball back, the games can actually just drag on. Once you get tired, once you start fouling, and once you start missing free throws, those games just drag on. The last 10, 15 points just drag on absurdly long. But with the rules like this, like, it forces games to end. And I was saying it the whole event, like, there has to be a loser. Unfortunately, this game has to end. It has to end, unfortunately. Yes, we want to sit here and watch this for another 2 hours, but the game has to end. And the fact that there's an end makes it possible that these games can be good. Day was on time. I showed up late thinking it was, hey, all of our events are going to be on time now. Like, we did that free stream over on OTD, and they showed me like how snappy and how good the production can be. Hey, we're top flight security of the world, Greg. Me and Bonnet killed it on comms. I appreciate that. Did great on commentating. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Just happy your mic worked the whole event. If only Unk came out with the dub. I know. I agree. But either way, like, I was just happy. I was like, man, someone has to lose this. I hate it, but yeah, no matter what happens, like, this will be one for the ages. It's one of the first pay-per-views where everything worked. The games worked, the commentary worked, the stream worked, and that's a great. Yeah, bro, I completely agree. I'm not saying this is perfect. I just want this to be the standard going forward. I want people to now watch other platforms. I mainly mean smaller platforms. I don't mean, like, TNC's got production, right? TNC's got Ball is Life. They've got their stuff. I want people to look at smaller platforms now, because one of the big issues we were having is everyone's doing pay-per-views, everyone's doing events, everyone's doing this. Now we can look at those smaller platforms and you can actually think, like, do I want to pay for this? Because if I know that the stream can start wherever, if I know the production might not be good, the audio might not work, you can now actually in your head balance, like, I'm going to buy everything TNC does. I'm going to buy everything Ball is Life does. I'm going to buy everything OTD does because I trust them. That was the biggest hurdle that I'm glad we overcame because we weren't doing a great job of that at first. A lot of people were hating on y'all's commentary, said y'all was boring. Yeah, I agree. We were, but we also wanted to be professional. I think for the pay-per-views, it makes sense to be professional, especially if we want this to grow into like a professional, more professional atmosphere. But I do think, I think adding Frank Nitti could have been perfect. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. I think having Frank, myself, and Bionic would have been like a perfect blend. I do think for city events or for different events where you can go back and edit and all that stuff, I do think having a mixture and different mixes is fine. But I think for a professional pay-per-view event, I think less over-the-top yelling, screaming, whatever. I think less from us is better. You get our analysis, but the game spoke for itself. If I'm out there yelling like, yo, oh my fucking God, every time someone like makes a layup or every time they miss a bad shot, I'm just like, yo, shut the window. Who the fuck opened the door, bro? I think it turns it into a gimmick. I think this kept it professional. But also, I hear your feedback. And a lot of people were saying they want more energy. And so I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. I listen. I'm taking your feedback. The bonus is up to how the refs feel about it, though, and feel like some of Scoob's fouls weren't even fouls. Well, no, the refs had a good point. And they were just saying, like, we didn't call it for Nas either. So, and again, I think that game was more on Nas and Scoob. Like, the physical, they let those last two games go, and I think they made the right decision. That hurt more than the Nesquik loss to Nesco. Even fixing the audio issue. What was the audio issue? How upset were Scoob and LP after their games? LP, see, that's the thing that was frustrating. I don't know if LP understands the moment, like how important it sounds corny, but you kind of got to pretend that these games are wars or it's a battle or it's life or death. You got to fake it. Like I said with Scar, he was mad and intense, and it's like you got to find a way to channel that in your workouts, channel that in the way that you hyper focus on something. And when you hyper focus on something, when you're really intense with something, when you lose, it hurts because you're like, I put everything I had into this and it really hurts. Scoob walked off straight after. Some people were like, he walked off and that was disrespectful. I'm like, yeah, he put everything into it. Like if you saw him after the game, he was devastated. And I think people were devastated for him. And he just walked straight to the locker room, had his like personal time. But LP, he was upset. He was mad, but he stayed and watched. And, we talked after. He was fine. Now he's deleted his Instagram, but it's like that deleting your Instagram, just have that feeling, like how mad he is now, have that feeling before the game. Have that feeling while you're working out. Have that feeling beforehand so that afterwards you can feel like, Scoob said it. He was devastated, and I spoke to him after, but it's like, it's how you handle your loss. What are you going to do about your loss? So, yeah, everyone handles it different. I'm not saying that either one is right or wrong, but I do think like everyone's going to lose now. Like the talent is too good. You're going to have losses. What are you going to do with that loss now, though? Are you going to remember that feeling and then channel that into your workouts? Refs got to stop holding the whistle at the 28th point. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I need to think about that a bit more. If the seventh foul did not exist, Nas would for sure. Oh, I don't know. No, because that means Nas would have been fouling a lot more. I don't like when we do that because Nas, like they played 3 dribbles in Nesquik and it was outdoors and it was super physical and Nas was allowed to foul and use his physicality. And Scoob found a way it still went down to the last shot. This game, the rules were way different and it was way cleaner and it still went down to the last shot. These two guys they're just pros. They're so professional that like, I don't care what rules you throw out there. It's not going to determine who wins or loses. They're going to adjust and the game is going to be decided on the players. That's what I think. I hate saying if this changed, then this would happen. Like Nas would also change how he played. We're always going to hate the foul calls, but they got all the objective stuff right. Yes, I agree. Frank was in Nas' corner though. B. Ellis shade. Which part? What was Biela's shade? I don't think so. A third X Factor commentator would have been great. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it would have been a good mixture of that, because Frank Nitti is great at like conversating, keeping it like the energy going when it needs to. And then me and Bionic are fairly monotone. I'm very like analysis driven and focused on like what's happening on the court, strategy. And Bionic is very professional. Like he can carry like the professional side, like a ESPN broadcaster. You gasping towards the end of the game was way better. Well, I told somebody else that too. I was like, guys, we don't have a camera on us. So some of our reactions, whenever like they're shooting, we're doing this. So it's not like our reaction got caught. You're like, man, they're just dead silent and don't care. And that was the same in Detroit. When LP would make shots and we were like taking our headsets off and walking around, and they're like, man, nobody's cheering for LP. And I'm like, man, Ty Lawson just did a lap around the gym after he hit that shot. Sometimes the camera doesn't pick up what we're doing too. Oh, the over the top commentary. No, I don't think that's a shot, because a lot of people prefer ABC crew. And like I said, they've got their chemistry down. They've been working together for a while. I think when you watch OTD and Ball is Life and you expect my commentary to be like ABC crew, you're going to be disappointed. I'm not them. I see basketball way different than they do. I talk and present things way different than they do. And I think that's a good thing, because then you can go to TNC, you get ABC crew, and it's like, oh, they're more energetic than mid-range. They have way better chemistry than mid-range and Bionic did. And I go, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I think if ABC crew did all the events, eventually you'd be like, man, these guys are boring. But same thing, if I did every event, me and Bionic did every event, you'd be like, all right, what are we doing? So I think I prefer, if you guys have noticed, look at how many different people I've done commentary with. Like I've done commentary with like 10 different people. And I like that. I like that it's new. I feel like I improve and learn and get better every time. Some laugh, some cry, 100%. Yeah, everyone was on Shea last year when Shea was laughing after they lost to the Nuggets. It was like game 3 or something, and he was smiling and laughing after they lost, and then they came back and won the series, and they're like, he's not taking it serious enough. And it's like, what? No, he's just like, he's supposed to cry? Respect to LP. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Everyone's dragging LP, which I do think there's a deserved amount. Rightfully so. He talks so much that his wins are going to be so much louder. His losses are going to be so much louder. But then I think we get to a point where it's like, all right, like you said what you had to say, like make fun of, I'm still going to give him shit. When he talks trash now, I'll be like, yeah, but remember when we played that? Like, I'm going to give him shit when I talk to him. But there's also got to be a level of respect of like, he's only 5% away. Like everything that he has, he's only 5% away of being like a top 5 player. He's like, it's a very small percentage away. Manny said in the Discord that Scoob was vexed. Yeah, he was. I saw him. We all went out to eat afterwards. And he was like, man, we sat down and we had a good time, because the production crew, commentary, the camera guys, everyone, like we were happy, because our job, like we're like, man, we fucking crushed it. Like everything worked, our teamwork, everything that we did, our planning worked. And so we're happy. We're like, hey, let's go get food now. We crushed it. Job done. Man, we pulled off this event. It was great. And then we showed up and because we were asking Street Stars, Map, we were asking where they were. And they're like, oh, we're at this place, blah, blah, blah. So we show up and it's like, Zay's happy, obviously, he won. Bruce is there. Bruce is like fine, I think. I don't think the Duly game really meant a lot for Bruce or Duly. That's why I didn't want to see that rematch. So Bruce is there. But then Scoob was like, you could just see, he felt it. And not in a bad way. He dapped everyone up. He said what's up and whatever. But you could just tell, like, that game meant so much, not only to him, but just like the whole community. And this is what it's about. That was one of the most meaningful games in all of 1v1. And it's like, shit, someone got to lose. Someone has to lose. And I'll say this too, though, on the flip side of that, we can talk about how sad we are for Scoob losing. I will say, I've never seen Nas act like a little kid like he did after he won. And Nas went up to there was like a big barrier away from commentary table. But me and Bionic were like closing out the segment and we're talking. And Nas runs up to the barrier and he's shaking it. He's like, mid-range, I got the win, let's go. And I'm like, shit, I've never seen Nas like this. Usually, even when Nas wins, he just takes his shoes off and like puts his hood on and walks out. So I see both. This is what it is at the end of the day. You know, it's like a championship game and someone has to win. Someone has to. It's like what happened to Duke yesterday. You watch Duke and UConn. UConn is jumping up and down and screaming. They can't believe it. Best day of their life. And all the Duke players and Duke fans, it's like, damn, this is going to be like the worst summer for you. You got to sit with this all summer. Somebody posted something where LP said he's not playing basketball until further notice. Is that true? I mean, some guy, like I said, further notice can be 2 days, right? Like that doesn't really mean anything. But also some of these guys handle their losses different. I wouldn't count him out. Like LP, take a week off, sit with the loss, go chill, take your shoes off, chill for a bit, and then this is what he does for a living. He'll be fine. What a weekend. What up, Bijan? Shout out to Freaky B in the chat. Tomorrow we're going to watch your 2v2 video. How you doing, Bijan? I wish you would have came out there, man. It was dope. What up, Tay? You think Rob would be better on OTD instead of TNC? Again, it's similar. I don't like the better. It kind of frames it in a bad way. I think Rob would be better. I think Rob would be served better just playing everywhere. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's better for TNC or better for OTD. But I do think, and this is not a Rob thing, I think every player having the power. I don't know everyone's situation either, though, so I don't want to say every player should just do what they want. But I do think, like, if we could get to a point in time, like, look, how good was it seeing Malik and Dom play? And having Malik being in the OTD scenes, wearing an OTD shirt, and like I'm getting to talk to him, I thought that was dope. And I'm like, man, if we had Moon and Rob and I'm getting to talk with these guys, we get to do some collabs with ABC crew and stuff like that. I think the space can grow that way, but also it can grow without that. So I'm not going to cry and be sad if it doesn't happen. It'll grow without it too. So quick draw in the chat. Who you got in a 3v3? You, Bionic, and Nitty versus ABC crew. Whatever team Nitty's on is winning. That's all I'm going to say. Wherever Nitty is on, we're winning. Lost some bands on Dom. Still team Dom. Yeah, he needs to go through some games like that. I'd still have to guard somebody over there, though, on ABC crew. They probably just pick on me. Keep putting me in pick and rolls and make me switch. Hey, Dev doing the interviews and stuff. I thought that was dope too. What'd you guys think of that? I thought we had a great mix of just everything. Scoob played a hell of a game. I'm saying. Yeah, Dom against Zoe, Dom against Boog, Dom against, like, I don't want to see Dom Malik again. Malik did what he was supposed to do. Malik's trajectory is like somewhere else. Dom, a different route, buddy. And that's okay. And that's why I love this space. Like, we don't need to see rematches. We don't need to see it. If the rematch makes sense at some point, that's fine. But I'm tired of, everyone wants to see rematches. Was it no cheating going on? Nah. We actually had rules too. Like they didn't let commentators, which I don't anyways, but they wouldn't let commentators bet on things. Like there was a lot of, like, everything's getting way more professional. So if anyone wants to insinuate there's cheating going on at that event, well, fuck every other event, right? Like there's definitely cheating then. He be saying some crazy stuff. How late am I? Pretty late, Bamp. Prediction for Moon and Lat today. I can't wait to watch that. It'd be silly not to say Moon, but Lat's one of my favorite players. So people switched up on LP. LP caused that though, right? You talk a big game. When you lose, everyone that you talk trash to is gonna let you hear about it. But that's who he is. And he turned the scene up. Scoob had him. He was supposed to keep throwing the ball out in open space. Yeah, I wonder, Bijan, how much of that. Well, I don't know. I don't want to say his game plan changed, because think about those couple layups that Scoob actually had that could have gone in. He had a couple layups that he just missed, like contact layups. They should have a massive collab. I think that'd be the best way to do it. And I think some get players going every once in a while to OTD, Ball is Life, TNC. I think doing that every once in a while. We don't need the full on like work together all the time. But I think Malik and Ryan coming over was great. Now, I would love to see an OTD player, Ball is Life player, go over on TNC for a one-off. I know TNC doesn't really do one-offs, so if they don't, that's fine. But I would like then at some point, let's do one event per year that they all get together and get to compete. Do you see all the trash talk in the comments? How many people are like, see, OTD and Ball is Life can't fuck with TNC. You see what Malik did and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, good. That rivalry is what needs to be addressed. Let's have the games. Until then, it's just going to keep being just trash talk. ABC, too damn small. Hey, Coach, try to go on ABC Crew stream in the mornings on Mondays and Thursdays. I don't know. I don't know if I like that, that verbiage. Try to go on their stream. If they wanted to have me, of course I would. Killed it with the interviews. Dom's supposed to play Boog on Blueprint. Oh, that'd be crazy. TNC versus OTD commentators. Yeah, pay-per-view. Set it up. Why did Dev get Pep to do the halftime interview for Lamar's game? It's pure showmanship. 30 minutes late just so I can skip the commercials. That's what I do with everything. Zay did a great job contesting that Fallon. Did they say Kel will play Dom? Yeah, we'll probably talk about that tomorrow, actually. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Yeah, and that's another thing. Like Dom, it's not like he lost and it was like, oh, there's no hope. He needs to just hang up his shoes. No, he just ran into a challenge that he ran into an opponent he just wasn't ready for, hadn't seen yet. And Malik showed like he was prepared, ready to go. He's seen that challenge. You know, he's run into Zoe and Boog and Kel. So this is part of the experience. It's like everyone's gonna lose. Shout out to Zay. Number one talk should be a little different now. Yeah, Bijan, I got Zay and Nas 1A, 1B. I still got Nas number one, but anyone that says Zay number one, I'm like, yeah, you got it. No argument. But I think Zay versus Nas is the next matchup. Getting the ball back on a shooting foul is nasty work. Well, Rod, it's not every shooting foul. It's after 7.5. It's after 7 fouls in 1/2. But what it did do, it made sure the game finished, and it made sure there wasn't infinite fouls, which was what we had before. Guys, remember when we went back and watched that Terry Hosley game just the other day? And Terry Hosley they played no fouls. Terry Hosley tackled him on the first possession and then just grabs the ball and finished. And like the other guy didn't even argue. There's no fouls, no refs, no fouls. Since then, now there was a limit. Hey, 5 fouls. And then you get to shoot a 3-pointer for 1 point. But if you miss, it's a turnover. Okay, now it's, 2 fouls in a row on the same possession is a free throw. Still turn it over. And we still had issues of games not finishing and it being too many fouls because infinite fouls is too powerful. So now we did 5 fouls in a bonus and a half, and everyone liked it. And then they tweaked it a little bit more to 7 fouls. So this is just the evolution of the foul. This is the evolution of the game. And people are so used to seeing what they saw before, but it's like, we never want to end up where a game doesn't finish. We never want to end up where someone can infinitely abuse fouls. So it's always going to be these little improvements. Challenge up to the refs. No, I don't like the players being able to challenge because it's so physical that you could call a carry and you can call a foul every possession. So if you saw it with TNC, with that TNC pay-per-view, every time someone asked for a challenge, like they got their challenge because it's like there's always going to be something. Nas playing Gerald Green next. Yeah, I got to go watch that Dev Gerald Green game. Everyone thinks it's sweet on the TNC side. That game was huge for TNC, especially the small guard. It changes it completely changes that narrative. It makes it like, oh, well, TNC got the small guards on lock. Yo, Zane, what up? Thank you for becoming a member. What do you mean you doing the same with Dom? What are you talking about? I just don't like it on a shooting attempt. A ground foul is cool. How come, what would be I actually prefer it on a shooting foul. On a shooting foul, if you you should be more of a bonus than just fouling on the ground, right? Is that what you're trying to say? Who do you have? Prime Dev versus Nas. Again, Nas. That physical conditioning and just strength is just something else. But also, I didn't watch a lot of Prime Dev. If Moon loses to Lat, is he below Rob? I have Moon below Rob right now because he lost to Colin and he lost to Mead. So I've got Rob number 4, and I've got Moon number 5 and Nesco number 6. 6 fouls at half is still a lot of fouls. Yeah, we had it was on the 7th foul. So Scoob had 16 fouls in that game. And the game they both still had chances to win. Like, we can't blame it on the fouls. It went the way, it went the way it was supposed to go. And I do wish Scoob would have hit his shot, or Nas would have hit a game winner shot. But the fact that the game was going to drag on if we didn't get into that penalty, then it wouldn't have been one of the greatest games of all time. Because now other stuff, it just starts dragging on, and we just remember the last 30 minutes of the game rather than how that little flash was. 6 fouls, a foul out in a whole NBA game. Yeah. Did you already give your Kel versus Dom? No, I'm going to do that tomorrow. Players should definitely have the option. A ref can have a hidden agenda. Well, the only reason I don't like that is because, like I said, every play, it would just get really weird. And it turns, I don't know. We made it where you couldn't challenge fouls or anything. The only thing you can challenge is out of bounds. If it was a 3 or a 2, or how many dribbles. And it's only in the last 5 points, and it's only up to the referees. I think that can be tweaked. I'm not saying that one's set in stone. I think that can be tweaked. I agree with you. I haven't thought about it enough to really think. And again, these are professional refs. These are professional refs that referee like pro-ams, college, like Division I college. So I'm not worried about the hidden agenda, but I hear what you're saying. Would play like Keem and Joseph, physical but still clean, and that won't happen. Well, I think that is what happened with Nas and Scoob. It's just Nas and Scoob. If Scoob would have ended the game before it got into the bonus, everyone would have said the foul rules are perfect. But because Scoob didn't end it, or if Nas would have ended it before, right? But because they kept missing and they weren't ending it, then the fouls finally came into play. So Ryan is TNC and Scar. I know it's funny how a lot of people aren't talking about Ryan counting, and there's people talking about this Ryan doesn't count. I'm like, what are we doing? Anyways, did I see the new Swift rankings? I have not. Maybe we'll look at those. FIBA style physicality would be good. It's pretty much what they have now. Having a chat battle. Okay, my bad. I'm saying a ground foul. Yeah, you should get the ball back, but a shooting attempt, I don't agree. Okay. And you're not the only one that has that opinion. There's a lot of people I saw, especially when ABC crew had their discussion, that was saying the same thing. Who has the Mead versus Moon game? It hasn't come out yet. I think that's dropping this week. Have I seen Filet Hoop? I have not. More chest and hips, less handsy. Yeah, and I called that on the commentary. They were allowing them to get away with that pretty much. Nesco at 6, wicked work. What was Nesco last loss before Jerome? Well, what was his last win? He hasn't been very active, and when he was, he lost. But I'll check the rankings in a second. Haven't been here for a minute. Have you drank water, coach? No, just coffee. Trey Crawford versus Keon. Hey, that's a game that we need to see. Yeah, well, again, you got to remember Reese and Pat came over first. So I think Reese and Pat, we're starting to see Malik and Ryan. I just hope that is trending and keeps happening. I don't think it'll ever fully happen, but just keep sprinkling in some matchups every once in a while. I think it's good. You don't think Ryan deserved a Scar matchup? Maybe, but it's not like OTD and TNC worked together and they both came up with that matchup. I think this was Ryan stepping out and saying, I'm willing to play, and then OTD and Ball is Life being like, hey, we can find you a matchup. That's why I think the platforms working together would benefit it better. It's the same for Malik. I don't think that was set up through TNC to go play. You know what I mean? Like, this is why it would benefit all the platforms to be like, hey, what matchups make sense for you guys? What makes sense for these guys? And let's go that way. That's the route I hope to see. But what I think we'll see right now is some players from OTD Ball is Life one or two is going to be like, hey, you got TNC matchup for me over there? And I don't think necessarily Ball is Life OTD are going to be the ones setting that up. I think they're just going to be like, hey, Scotty, Frigga, what you got for me over there? And I think that's what's happened for some of the players on TNC. Hey, are there any matchups? This is less about the platforms, way less about the and it's just some players that are stepping out and playing matchups. So that's why I give so much respect to Malik. That's why I give so much respect to Ryan. That's why I give so much respect for Scar, Nescos, the Moons, like people like that go play wherever. Do I think Bruce has the advantage? I don't even want to think about a rematch between Bruce and Duly. Left-hand Dom ain't top 10 on Ball is Life OTD. So I didn't have him top 10. Great job on commentating. Thank you. I didn't have left-hand Dom top 10. I spoke to Davo about this, and that's no diss to left-hand Dom, but we were looking at the rankings, and I was like, I don't think his it was his resume. I was like, I don't think his resume is better than some of the players. So I don't remember what my OTD Ball is Life top 10 was, but I would say this Swift rankings top 10 or top 5 is very close to mine, other than I probably now have Rob at 4, Moon at 5, Nesco at 6. Other than that, nothing else really changed for me. 14 and 6, 9 and 2. You probably switch those two, right? You probably switch Dom and Malik. Honestly, Malik might go to 11, just narrative speaking. Might move up. LP 17. That makes sense. I need to do another top 20 at some point. But this is pretty, yeah. It's pretty close for power rankings. Makes sense. He said Scotty said he and Davo don't talk at all. Yeah, I assume it's not going to be set up by both platforms working together. I think it was just players stepping out. So huge respect to the players. Burke versus Keem, that'll be dope. Who y'all want to see LP play next? We talked about a little bit earlier, like Scar would be a good one, like the Bijans, the Keems, Duly, somewhere in that range, or like a Rob matchup, something like that. More like a hypothetical Scar would have been. Okay, no, you're right. And again, hindsight's 2020. We didn't know Scar was going to play that, like locked in either. That could have gone either way. Yeah, Scar's 23. Moon versus Latin 2 hours. I can't wait. Davo called Scotty. I'm not sure they would ever work together. Possibly, but Davo makes fun of everybody too. And Scotty has every right to not want to work with him. But again, this is nothing new. I don't even want to focus on that stuff. I got between Moon and Lat. Again, I said this earlier. I think it'd be silly not to pick Moon, but Lat, like the way Lat plays, so professional. Wouldn't surprise me if he got the win. Kel above Rob is criminal. Yeah, I get it because again, it's just 22 games, I think, to 10. So I can understand why he's on a 6-game win streak. Like, I understand why they have Kel there. Again, it's going to be the same issue for Rob. It's just 14 games. And he played DA in December and Greg in January. But just like nothing, just not being active. What is it, last 6 months? How do you do that? Yeah, just not being active is the problem. Who's Rob playing, Federa? Or you just listen to what Davo said on the live? Appreciate you, Damari. Appreciate that. Zay should unanimously be number 1. I don't think unanimous. If someone has him at 1, I have no issue with that. There's definitely arguments for him number 1 and Nas. But geez, Nas just hasn't lost in over 2 years. What's next for Keem? Good question. He could either play someone at his level, like a Duly or an LP or something like that. But I do think he's creeping up on needing a top 5 matchup. Ranking Nas over Zay is just anything. He's up 1-0. Yeah, but again, they were 2-11, going to 11 games, ones, all ones. Not saying the game doesn't count, but it's like we also can't hold that. That can't hold the same weight as games today. So a game 2 years ago can't hold the same weight as a game today. And it's, let's see, Nas is 46-3. Zay is 22-1. Like, how do you, like, realistically, how do you compare those records? So if someone tells me Zay deserves to be number one, you got it. Yeah, he does. And if you say Nas deserves to be number one, yeah, I have him at 1. But it's, what do we argue? We're splitting hairs. That's why I think that's the next matchup that makes sense. Rob said he's going to be active this year. Yeah, I can't wait. He's easily one of my favorites. Confirmed a matchup, but I'm happy because Davo is a man of the people. Yeah, I think if can y'all imagine? Y'all imagine how much healing would happen in the world if Rob was playing like a LP, Nas, if we get the Nas Rob game. I agree with you. Yeah, bro, I agree with you. A lot has changed in 2 years for sure. They have the same rules. Games to 11? No, it's a different game. Games to 11, all ones is Zay's style. But look how dominant Zay has also been in games to 30. This is not saying he would lose now. It's just saying, like, we've spoken about this a lot. That era it's just an older era. And if we keep holding those games from the older era, if we let them hold the same weight of games today, we're never going to move into more accurate rankings, more concise platform rules and things like that. I think the older era, it can still hold weight, but it's gotta hold less weight. So Zay's win over Nas is huge, but I don't think it just necessarily automatically is like, oh, easy, like he beat him game to 11, all ones. Nas now can never be number one. I don't think that makes sense, but I do think if I'm a Zay fan, there's definitely an argument of, yeah, Zay number one. Nas also hasn't played many games the last 3 years. Hold on. Has he? The last 3 years. Where would I do that? 2024. I mean, 2024, he had 1, 2. So I have to count these. 1, 2, 3. So just 2024, he beat Smooth Joe, Hezzy God. He beat Burke. He beat Scar. He beat Simba, Zeke, Uncle Scoob, Iso Tay, Nesco, Demarni, Clavante Lewis, Rodriguez, Greg. That was 2024. 2025, Briscoe, Rajon, Bino, Kyrie Walker, Kobe, Silu, Zavin, Noah Blackwell, Devontae Frigga. And then 2026, Scoob. Like, I know you're saying he hasn't played a lot of games. That's still a lot. And compared to, we can go to Zay. Again, this is not a knock on any player. I think they're both deserving. I just think when we hyper focus on one, we start forgetting. So Zay, 2024, ISO Joe, Scar, Bird, and Nesco. He only had 4 games in 2024. 2025, he beat Day Day twice, Bombi, ISO Tay, Keem, lost to Rob, beat Left Hand Dom, beat Bruce. So 2025, great year for Zay. And then 2026, Kristen Clark, Dorian Watson, Clark, LP. So again, like these matchups, or when we rank these players, it's too tough to like definitively say Nas hasn't done this, but he's, when you compare his resume year by year, it's very similar to the other guys. The difference is he just hasn't lost in 2 years, over 2 years. It's crazy. Nas win against Scoob, first win, wouldn't matter if games to 11 don't matter. So Shannon, that's where people start misconstruing. They hear one thing, their brains start getting fried. No one says games to 11 don't matter. I literally said the opposite. I said it does matter. It just weighs differently than a game to 30, or weighs differently than a pay-per-view game, right? Like you get that. You think Nas has gotten better since getting into, also, so for all of you that are arguing with me, I love the arguments. And I'll never say, like, I love the arguments. Wednesday, we're going to do a stream where anyone can jump on stream and we can have conversation. So we're going to do that on Wednesday. So don't forget, anyone wants to argue or whatever, jump on stream, jump in the Discord, we'll have some conversations. Would that mean we'd also have to devalue Nas's wins in the older era? Yeah, I think you do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, even if you not discredit, but oh my gosh, we're going through the same thing we go through every time we talk about rankings. Guys, everything you're saying is most likely already accounted for in this algorithm. Older games weigh for less, not just for Zay, for literally every player. It weighs less. Older games weigh less, just like it does in any other ranking system, right? But also, who you play against matters, right? If they're a top 5 player, whatever, how often you're playing games. Like if you're not active for 6 months, I believe it just removes you out of the rankings altogether. That's why Trey Croft and Vern and some of those other guys aren't in there, because they just haven't played a game in 6 months. So there's a lot, all these things are already accounted for that you guys are talking about. And no one said games to 11 or 15 don't matter, but that's just an older era. And right now we're not seeing games to 11 or 15 at being meaningful games moving forward in 2026. I've already spoken about all of this. So the arguments a lot of you guys are having, like, we've already discussed this. We've already addressed these issues. People say Nas was never outside. Just shows they weren't here for the early days of 10. Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's 43 and 46 and 3. Look at who I named. Look at who Zay has played. Look, I'm not going to do this. I just read you off the names that Nas has beaten. I just read the names that Nas has beaten and didn't have a loss. Whereas Zay beats very similar names. They were very similar. He just had a loss. It was not a bad loss because it's to Rob, but this is why the argument Zay Nas is a real argument. I'm not telling you you're wrong for having Zay at number 1. I'm just telling you you're wrong for not being able to understand why Nas could be number 1. I think that's insane. If you can't understand Nas being number 1, I think that's why. I think that says a lot about you not liking Nas. But like I said, I understand the argument for Zay. I get it. I can argue both sides of this. And I think when you're coming up with these conversations, you got to be able to argue both sides to make sure that's how you remove your bias. I can make an argument for Zay number 1. I can make an argument for Nas number 1. In my brain, it makes more sense to have Nas number 1. But to just say Nas doesn't have a chance in hell, he shouldn't be even close to number 1, I think that's wild. I think no matter what Nas does, you probably won't have him 1. Stream where you have viewers send a video of their jump shot and rate people's jump shot. I really should. That could be a fun stream. I don't weigh pay-per-view that much more than a regular game. Brave take. I'll say it's a very brave take. I don't know if many people would agree with you there. It's all opinionated. We're here to debate, so I am. Honestly, I give 2 shits. Wait, no, you can't say. Don't say both of those. Rod, you can't say it doesn't matter, but I'm here to debate. No, we care. You're here. It's fun. Debating's fun. You do give 2 shit. You give 1 shit. Maybe just give 1 shit. This is what I come back to. What up, Swift? Yeah, if you guys have an argument, email Swift Hoops in the chat. This is his website. I agree, that's fair enough. But in my opinion, Zay's strength of schedule on record as of recent is still better than Nas's. As of recent from when? Pick a date. Pick a date of where you want to start that conversation, Federa. Hold pay-per-view too high and not focusing on head-to-head as much. Mailman. God, these are the same arguments I have every week. Nobody focuses on head-to-head matchups very much in any ranking system ever. It's the last thing you use. It's the tiebreaker. Head-to-head is like the tiebreaker, all things else equal. And that's why Zay has an argument for number 1, because that tiebreaker is over 2 years ago, game to 11. So even though it's the last smallest thing that you should be using to grade it, it's also 2.5 years ago, and it's also not the format that people are playing today, so it holds less. Not that it doesn't hold any. It's just if you're trying to be consistent across all the players, it gets really weird when you only think of one game for one player. A game to 11, all ones, mathematically is still basically no. Threes are weighted way higher in games of 1 to 2. In a game to 11 where it's all ones, there are no 3-pointers. There's 0 3-pointers. So you just take out an entire aspect of the game. Nas is a dog. I just think Zay is up. How can you respect Nas? How can you not respect Nas? Okay, I got you, Rod. I was just double checking. I didn't know if you were just a Nas hater. I got you. Okay, I appreciate that. And it's okay to have our differences of opinion. It's the people that are just like, there's no way that, but you said unequivocally or something. I can't remember what it was. And I was like, no, I think there's definitely an argument for Nas being number one and Zay being number one. If Rob beat Nas, does that make him number one since Nas beat Zay? That's what I'm saying. We can't do head to head. Head to head is, that's another narrative that just we need to leave that in 2025. Talking to the comments. I got you. Lamar Peters is an overblown win for Zay. He's 1-3. Scoob is definitely the better win, but that was still a big win for Zay. That was again, Zay just made it look very easy, which made it seem like a bad win. I don't mind the arguments. If Rob beat Nas, he for sure number 1 or 2. I'd probably, if Rob beat Nas, he probably would jump to number 1. I think Rob would jump to number 1 because he's already beat Zay. He's beaten Scoob once. He would have. So if Rob beats Nas, that means he would have beat all the players ahead of him. He would possibly jump to number 1, and he's only played 14 games. So that means like any big win or big loss that Rob has, it's going to move him a lot. So yeah, I think if Rob beat Nas, I think even the power rankings would have him 1. I definitely think the community would probably put him at 1. But I think even in the power rankings, he'd probably move to. We could probably test it in here. I just can't be bothered. You watch Reese first day? I don't think I. Oh wait, was that the pay-per-view? One of the pay-per-views? I believe I did. Zay's schedule from his game versus Nas to now is way more competitive. Again, I don't know. I don't think it is. I'm happy to disagree. Zay's pay-per-view resume is better. Yeah, I agree with that. Because Kyrie Walker for Nas, Isaiah Briscoe for Nas. Yeah, I don't think those are great. Have you ever thought that some people dislike Nas because he's been so? Yeah, and that's what happens in any industry. If you're the number 1 guy, like you're going to have a lot of haters. And I actually don't mind it. Head-to-head is what makes the matches. Head-to-head styles make fights. Head-to-head makes matches. But it doesn't tell the entire story. It tells a very small part of the story. And Melman, I'm not making this up. This is not me saying I don't think that matters and I'm going to do that. This is just how rankings work in every part of the world. So typically when I run into a problem with something, I see how someone else has already solved that problem. I don't just try to reinvent the wheel. I go see what other leagues that are billion-dollar leagues, billion-dollar industries, I see what they've already solved. That game, Nas hit a good amount of threes. What game was that, Dilly? Who thought all ones was a good idea to start? That's how I first started playing ones. Was just all ones. That's how I first started playing. 3 dribbles, everything counts for 1 point. If head-to-heads were a thing, Tay would be higher than Bruce. Kel would be higher than Scoob. Yeah. If we went by head-to-head, the rankings would be all over the place. Like DA would be number 1 right now. Rob is no lower than 3 in my opinion. Scoob beat him, but he also skunked Scoob. Yeah, but so Rod, do you count the Rob skunk more than the Scoob win on pay-per-view? Do you think those are equal? Zay should be 1 at the high point because head-to-heads don't count, right? Brother, y'all are arguing things that I haven't said. You're arguing things I have not said. It was a season 1v1. No, that was not a pay. Okay. I think, I don't know if I've seen that. I'm not saying it's not a good win. Lamar is just not in the same class. 100%. But we also got to remember the reason that we know Lamar isn't in that top 5 class is because Zay beat him, is because Scoob beat him. That's why that win still holds a little bit of weight, I think. Rob never beating Nas straight up to 30? Really? Scoob lost to Ness recently too. We don't. We don't ignore it. Again, oh my gosh. We just got, I guess people just forget Scoob has 61 wins and 16 losses. No one's like, we can hyper fixate on his losses, but then you got to hyper fixate on his wins. And he's got a shit ton more of those. Cash prizes. Use your influence. I wish I could. Maybe one day. Yeah, I think Rob and Nas is a style clash, and I could see that going either way. Rankings for who would beat who as opposed to your power rankings? No, because I do that every matchup. No, because I do that when the matchup is announced, right? So I'd give my predictions who I think is going to win. It doesn't make sense to do that for a ranking list because you can't. Like, not everyone is going to beat everyone. Not shooting keeps him in the game. They should edit health bar and calling people Nas haters who are saying Nas should be ranked second. No, I called people, golly, Javon, you just want to argue. I called people Nas haters that say he has no argument for being number one. I think that's insane. If you say he should be ranked number 2, I literally said, if you have Zay number 1, that makes sense, which would mean Nas is number 2, right? That makes sense. If you say Nas has no argument for being number 1, that's different. Javon, you just want to argue. You're talking just to argue, okay? You're not trying to have a real conversation. You want to be my enemy, okay? I don't need no more enemies. They already hate me. Killer Keem, I agree. You feel like the way pay-per-view games are earned makes it less valuable. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Scoob versus Eugene rematch would go. I don't know. I'd love to see it. I would love to see that. Basically 1s and 2s, basically the same as it was to 15. Well, not basically. It wasn't. There was no 2s, right? Cyclical hypothetical arguments. Me or them? The Scoob that Rob skunked is the same Scoob Zay beat. See the problem with counting old wins so heavily? I just said old wins don't weigh that much. Javon, you're literally saying the opposite things that I'm saying. Javon, do you want to jump in and have a conversation? You want to jump in the Discord and get up here and talk? Because you're just saying, you're saying the opposite of what I'm saying, man. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. What is happening? This is supposed to be on Wednesday. Wednesday is the day that I'm going to lose my hair. Wednesday is supposed to be the day that we argue. Okay? How did we even get started on this? Do I think LP deserves another pay-per-view match? I think he should earn it. How they're earned, I'm curious. Yeah, I didn't want to get into that one. Whoever said Rob can't hang with Nas for 30 points is nuts. Shift Nas all game. Nah, I'm spitting. Dudes be acting like females trying to twist someone's words. Scoob would. If I remember right, Eugene was blowing by Scoob, which is very scary. Well, also, though, Scoob has improved a lot since that game. And I believe that Scoob, because remember, that's the game where I broke that down, and then Scoob commented on that game and was like, oh, appreciate the breakdown. And then when I saw him in person, he was like, that really helps. I think he was watching game film because that's the best, that's like the most professional player he's played in a one-on-one. So I think Scoob learned a shit ton from that game, and it would be a different game now. I'm not saying Scoob would dog walk him. I'm just saying this is Scoob's strength. He's like Goku, Dragon Ball Z. He gets stronger after he loses. He powers up. It's Monday, not Wednesday. No, we're supposed to argue on Wednesday. NBA player come in and get a pay-per-view game. Yeah, so Melman, you do understand that NBA players are they deserve to skip the line a little bit when it comes to 1v1 scene. I don't think every NBA player deserves that. I do think we should be a little bit more careful with the pros coming in and getting games. But for the most part, it's pay-per-views have been pretty important. There's very few pay-per-view games that I would say just are a waste of a space. Like even the Briscoe game, I think holds a lot of weight had it finished. I think the issue with the Briscoe game, it just got mucky and didn't finish. And I definitely think an NBA player should come in. An NBA player should definitely come in and be able to get a pay-per-view match. Is it a glaze to say Rob is number one? I think he's number one on TNC now after Moon just lost. W Rage Bait. Y'all got me. No, y'all got me. I got to chill. I was about to have a heart attack. I think your logic is too consistent for people. They just pick and choose. And I get that too. I don't think everyone's brain works like mine, and it shouldn't. I'm very just like, I look at mainly the data, the skill, and the hypotheticals, or not the hypothetical, the skill and the eye test for me, I don't use. And I think most people use eye test, but I study this all the time now. And I do want to have better opinions. So that's why I argue these things. So I look at the rankings all the time. That's why I do these, try to see it from different perspectives. Eugene different. He is. He definitely is. You think Rob also has a case for number one? If I was a Rob fan, I could make the case for Rob being number one. The only reason I don't think Rob has a case for number one, and again, it's the whole reason he wasn't in my top five a few weeks ago. He's just not playing games. What I don't like, I don't think you should be moving up the rankings and into a number one spot by not playing. Right? Like you shouldn't get more, you shouldn't be able to hold your place infinitely. Now, I think you should hold your place for 3 months, 4 months, but I think as other people next to you are getting wins, like it's only fair that they keep moving up. But as they get losses, they can move back under you again, which is what's happened with Rob. So Rob has moved out of my top five in December when he lost. He moved out of my top five, and now he's only beat Greg. He was still out of my top five. And then Moon lost twice, lost to Colin, lost to Mead, and then Nesco lost to Jerome Randall, and then hasn't really done much since then. So Rob has slowly moved up. So it's just like that's how close it is, I think. What just happened to Ty Lawson? Well, the first Ty Lawson and Nesco game went down to the wire. The second Ty Lawson game, he was injured. But also that Ty, like you're acting like every pay-per-view is just full of NBA players. That pay-per-view card, Undisputed, was for the most part, it was all first-time players other than like Nitty and Scoob and Bruce and Zay. Everything else, the whole card was kind of pros coming in and playing YouTube players. That's what the idea of it was. Not every pay-per-view is like that. But again, if you hyper-fixate on one, you can make an entire argument based on one small section, but it doesn't tell this. It's not telling the story accurately. Anime into this. I'm gonna head out. Y'all bringing anime into this. Wow. It is funny. I guess I'm not cool enough. I got Ninja Turtle hats back here. Like, bro, we're going to be corny in here. We're going to be some cornballs in here. If you can't put up with it, this might not be the place. Wish we can see an NBA player in his prime to play in the 1v1 scene. That would be dope. I do think like it'd have to be in another country or for charity. I think that's the only way that could happen. If Rob not playing can't be moving up, yeah. Even though he still has moved up just because other players lost, it's really hard for me to put Scoob below Rob right now. Jeff Teague play. I don't think Jeff would play Rob. I don't know if that makes sense for Jeff. Rob would have to either get a big win or multiple wins. Have you seen the 1v1 to 100 that Rob and Moon just played in chat? No, someone sent it to me. So tomorrow we're probably going to watch. We'll watch one of those tomorrow. Rob at 4 is fair. Yeah, that's where I currently have him. Ty Lawson having too much of a second game, if I recall. Well, he was injured. He was injured. So he's old and he was injured. It's not going to look great. But you look at Jerome Randall, who played Nesco. He looked great. That's why it's just hit or miss with pros. Just hit or miss. I actually don't even watch anime. I think the only anime I've seen, if you can't, so Dragon Ball Z, I used to watch that every day after school. It was the Frieza saga, but I haven't seen much more than that. Frieza, Cell, Brawly, saw some of that. Other than that, Dragon Ball Z is like the only anime I've seen. And then it's Pokemon. Is that considered an anime? I used to watch that as a kid too. Other than that, that's all I got. More of a SpongeBob guy. It's an analogy, dog. Kimball Walker. Wait, Kyrie and Kimball Walker would be great. Yeah, but Kimball Walker doesn't move like he used to, right? And Kyrie's still like, I think Kyrie would have that one pretty easy. Both games is an hour long. Yeah, maybe we just do one. DB hate won't be tolerated. Break some games down today. Not today, Fox. Today, I just kind of wanted to talk about Judgment Day and have some conversations. Just give my thoughts on that. Tomorrow, we'll be back into the breakdowns. For a quick hypothetical, do you think like current SGA or Ant would whoop Nas? I do. I think both. Yes. Again, you got to remember like SGA is 6'6". Anthony Edwards is like one of the most athletic people. Like when we think of strength and athleticism, that Nas, that's his advantage most times. They are probably like Edwards for sure is like stronger, taller, faster, more explosive, can shoot like in every avenue, probably beats. And that's not a knock against Nas. It's just like the uphill battle Nas would have to fight in those matchups is insane. And when it comes to Shea, I think just because like the way he moves on camera, I noticed this, like if you go watch an NBA game in person, it's a lot different than just watching on TV. When you watch on TV, you don't think they're moving very fast or jumping very high. But if you sit like floor level and you watch in person, you realize like there's levels. Rob versus Scoob matchup right now would be similar to Nas versus Scoob game. Yeah, true. Should we be counting those 1v1s to 100, Rob being outside? I do think eventually, Javon, counting those 1v1, I think any 1v1 at some point should be counted. But right now, like trying to implement those into those weird type of games into a landscape, like just doesn't make sense. I think we got to get away from more of the gimmicky games and count the like 1v1s to 30, because then we can start judging. Like he lost by 1 to Sonny Weems, however long ago that was. I'm like, how do you factor this into a ranking? 1v1 to 100, he scored 99, lost by a free throw. Get Jerry West out there. Eli Carter versus Hosley. I mean, Terry Hosley want to play everybody apparently. Ant and Nas are similar heights. No. Anthony Edwards is my height or taller. And I'm quite a bit taller than most of the guys in the one-on-one space. Good EuroLeague 1v1 hypothetical. Kevin Punter, Taylor Horton Tucker would be good. I don't know. I have to think about that. There's quite a few out there, though. Ant and Shea got a whole team of people developing and maintaining their. Yeah, like they would just need like a couple months to prepare specifically for the one-on-one scene, just so, again, they know exactly what they're preparing for. But I don't even think a couple months. Like it wouldn't take that long, but. And again, that's no shade to Nas. That's the reason most people don't make it to the NBA. It's just like they're genetic freaks. It's not necessarily a difference in skill, but then there are players that are more like some of the most skilled people of all time, Steph Curry, like the Peyton Pritchards, ultimate skill, that are undersized, but for the most part, it's just genetic freaks in the NBA. Nas 6'3". Games of 15 by 1s and 2s should be brought to pay-per-view. How come? Why that instead of games to 30 2s and 3s? Do you think it would definitely benefit Rob? It would benefit the 3-point shot for sure. I'm just trying to think how that would change things. It just makes the 3-point shot more valuable. And free throws as well. Might actually be a good blend for the foul rule, actually. I think in the 1v1 scene, Shea versus Ant would be an interesting matchup because it'd be more physical. If it's one-on-one rules, I think Ant's got that. Although Shea can score, it'd just be like defensively, and Ant would be able to give Shea more problems than Shea would be able to give Ant. Yeah, Ant Edwards is at least my height. But again, that's 1 inch difference than what you guys are saying, so not a big argument. SJ is the best 1v1 player in the world, all that bumping in his game. Yeah, the only thing would be different is only 4 dribbles and not the same foul calls. And that's what he's a master of, like the master of that, controlling people's faking them out into foul, baiting them into fouls and stuff like that. I'm not saying a game of 15 is better or vice versa, just saying both types should be implemented. Yeah, the only reason I was asking is because I didn't know if you had a specific reason for asking that, but I think that would benefit Scoob, Rob. It would be tougher on Zay. It would benefit LP. All the guys, Bijan, all the guys that like to shoot threes, definitely would benefit them. And it would be less beneficial to players that like to drive to the basket more. Wanted a big fish to play. What pro would that be? I don't know. I don't know what's available. It's really hard for me to put myself in Nas's shoes, him saying he wants to play a pro, mainly because I just don't see it ever making sense. Let's just say he beats Gerald Green. It might be good for him, but I don't know. Does anyone else care? I don't think anyone. I think that used to be like a really novel idea, maybe 5 years ago, 3 years ago. Man, what about an NBA player? Man, even a retired NBA player. Like, what would happen? But we've seen it now, and it's like, okay, it's a little different. Like a retired, out of shape NBA player is different than, like that pro word. We've kind of combed through what that really means now. I don't think that pro word holds as much weight. Again, like Jerome Randall, he's not an NBA player, but he is the definition of a pro. And then he's older. He's 38. He's been retired for 4 or 5, maybe longer, maybe 5, 6 years. And he came in and he looks like he fits the one-on-one scene. But then we see a guy like Deontay Burton, who was in the league, and he played in that Ball is Life series, and he just wasn't up to it, wasn't in shape, and didn't take it as serious. And people are like, we should never have NBA pros. And it's like, I just don't think it's as simple as saying NBA pro is good or bad. It's like the matchup just has to make sense. And it's just got to fit the space. So maybe Gerald Green has been, I don't know, just got to make sense. Couldn't care less, to be honest. Feel like games of 15 more explosive. It makes every possession matter a little more. I do agree, like I said, because threes are worth twice as much and free throws are worth equal to a bucket. So it definitely makes the game quicker. Nas versus so that's a pro that I could see. Nas versus Mike James. That would be interesting to see. Someone who is currently active, and I think that is the meaningful difference. If Gerald Green beat Cuz, they're going to care. Maybe. I mean, but people, a lot of, like most Rob fans don't care that Rob lost to DA. And I think most people don't really. Like, no one thinks Rob is less talented because he lost to DA. It's just not a meaningful game. I don't know. Yeah, someone like XRM, someone that plays ones. LeBron James versus Nas. Nesco versus Shane Larkin wouldn't be. But again, Shane Larkin's still playing, right? Like, these are active pros. It's like people saying, but he was injured. Yeah, 100%. There's gonna be an excuse either way, and I kind of don't like that. Victor Oladipo, but again, it's tough because it's so many players that are older or retired or injured. Austin Reeves, you were trolling. Don't want to see people come in out of shape or not taking it serious as Jerome Randall. 100%. If games were set up to 11 all ones, how different would the top 5? I think Nas would still be in there. Zay would still be in there. I think Scoob would still be in there. Moon. Honestly, oddly enough, the only person that would really be impacted out of the top 5, it'd probably be Rob. Games to 11, all ones. He's the only one in the top 5 that it would really negatively impact, but that just means it would change the way he trains. He probably would be shooting way less threes then. So it doesn't mean he wouldn't be in the top 5. It just means it would change his game more than anyone else's. Yeah, most pros have contracts that don't allow them to play in these types of things. I think people do care about Rob lost to DA. He wouldn't not be. I think the only reason Rod that people care, and I hold that loss against him too, but not because it's DA, right? Not because it's a former pro. It's just because he hasn't played. So he beat Zay and then immediately lost a game and then no games. I mean, he played Greg, like G5. I think that loss only hurt him because he just doesn't have a lot of games. But let's just say Rob had like 8 more games against nobodies. And he'd be like, yeah, he lost to DA, but he beat 9 of these other guys that are trash. I don't think anyone holds it against him because it was a pro. Or if Rob would have won, no one would have been like, whoa, Rob beat a pro. It's like, well, yeah, he's retired. He's a good player. Yeah, Fomby would be good. Mac McClung, that'd be a fun one. That'd be a fun one to watch. Yeah, Rob's still going to be shooting half quarters. Who are we kidding? Would Rob win against DA? Wait, I mean, if he won against DA in December. Into the top 3? Yeah, I think Rob would still be 1A, 1B. Like, most people had him 1A, 1B after that Zay win. I think if Rob would have won against DA, I think he would still – I think now it'd be like Zay, Rob, Nas. I think they'd be right there. Just like they were before. I think it'd be exactly what it was before, where it was all 3 of them could go either way. Praise Scoob and Nas for playing nobody, but when Rob do it, he don't play comp. Fuego. Name me the last nobody that someone praised Scoob or Nas for beating. What nobody has Scoob beaten and people are like, whoa, this really moves the needle for Scoob. Name the last nobody that anyone, who's saying that? Who is we? Who is people? Who is they? Games 11 all ones, games 15 ones and twos. I do think it would be cool to have different styles of games, different game formats. Scoob plays nobody. That's what I'm saying. Judgment Day was so clear of undisputed. I agree. Don't fall for, am I being rage baited again? God damn it. That's the top 5 I have, Leonid. That's the same top 5 I have. If Rob is not in your top 5, that's not a top 5. If Nas played Bryce Cotton, who do you think would win? Oh. Hey, Bryce Cotton is similar to like a Eugene, though. It depends. it just depends how locked in he is to the one-on-one scene. Because Bryce Cotton is an all-time great. He's an all-time great in Australia. I don't know, and he's still playing. So I don't even want to say because I don't have to. I don't have to pick, so I'm not going to say. Yo, what up, Dylan? How we doing? Peak rage bait. Thank you. Whoever called the rage. Thank you. I was about to flip my lid. Keem is top 10 today. Again, now we're going to disagree on this one, Leonid. Talent-wise, yes. But just resume-wise, no. Pick a dude, bro. Had to do it. I was like, not you too, Fuego. Doing good, Dylan. Good to hear. Good shit at Judgment Day. I appreciate that. I had a good time. I had a really good time. You think Nas would win? Yeah, Bryce Cotton, though, I just try to think Bryce Cotton, if we saw what Scoob was doing on Judgment Day, think of someone like a Bryce Cotton. He getting that shot off. Keem is not even over C4. I don't think C4 is over Keem either, though. I think they're both the same to me, resume-wise. Keem keep proving himself. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, even on the power rankings, Keem is like 19. But he's 5-1. It's just not enough games. But talent level, I think he's 100% a top 10 player. We already talked about him. I think Keem needs a top 5 matchup. Like, that's how good he is. That's how good he's been playing too. And it is funny. Keem has defended 2 belt games, and there's only ever been 2 belt games, and he was in both of them. Keem or Lamar? I like Keem. Zay versus Nas? Agreed. That's the matchup. Do you think Scoob gave the game away, or was he just not strong? No, the game went how basketball games go. He had a couple of shots to make to win the game. He missed them. And then Nas eventually, like, constantly driving downhill, like the fouls finally built up on Scoob, and Nas ended with a free throw. Like, if Scoob just needed to end it before it got to that point, he just missed a couple shots. I don't think he gave it away. He's a straight up hater who got to at people. You got to tag some names. I have a belt. It is what it is. Or he has a belt. It is what it is. He's top 10. Well, Dom has a belt. Do you have him in the top 10? I like Keem over Lamar too. Just a lot of matchups that need to happen. Agreed. Mike Beasley came back to the scene. Who do you think he should play? I don't know. He's a different matchup. Watching Nas so hard. I needed that. Oh, you were hate watching Nas. Okay. I think, hey, a lot of people were. If you guys watched that stream, like, the arena was erupting for Scoob. And then every time Nas did anything, it got dead silent. Keem will be top 5. 2 months? I don't know how he's going to get those matchups in 2 months. Scoob going hard left was working for sure. Did Malik take the belt? No, just because I think the rule is you have to have played at least 2 games on the platform to be able to play the belt, because it was to keep people, again, like Malik may never play on OTD again. So if he just came and won a belt game and then leaves, doesn't make much sense. Why do you think these ultra talented dudes outside the top 10 find it so hard to simplify their games? Well, I think it's because in the word simplify, it makes it seem like it's an easy thing to do, but it's not. Simplifying your game is very difficult, and watching game film and then locking in and practicing and mastering one thing and then master the counter to that thing and then master the next part. It's not easy to do, but that's like the discipline that it takes to be an elite at whatever your craft is. You got to do that. So there's a lot of guys that got to where they're at in the basketball world not doing that based off of talent, skill, genetics, whatever. So now they're running into a wall where it's like, okay, the next step is discipline. You can't just go, oh, okay, I'll just do that. You just go, no, I'm going to keep doing what I've always done. It's going to work out. It's going to work out. Then eventually it finally hits you at some point. You're like, okay, maybe I should lock in and have some, like, try this discipline thing. Am I ready for lat versus move? Yeah, actually, I'm going to have to go. It's about to come on, right? Davo said today he's making a belt from Malik with his name on it. I like that. I respect that. And it makes sense just because there's just not a lot of small guards over on off the dribble. And to have a small guard belt and to not have one over on TNC, or not, like one of the TNC small guards doesn't have it, it kind of, I understand why people hate watch Dom, right? Why they're like, he's not the top small guard, he shouldn't have the belt. Because I think the small guard division over on TNC is just so good. Calling Dang the great being. A little too tough in these comments. My DM open, and I try if I can pull up. Because it's uncomfortable. I mean, like I said, we say simplify your game, but it makes it seem like that's an easy thing to do. It's just hard to do. Doing something day in, day out, and being disciplined and being locked in and being hyper focused, like, not easy to do. Will you watch party lat versus moon? I guess I could. I don't know. Would people tune in? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about watch parties because I can't pause and break down the game. I don't know. Would you guys want me to do that? Oh, but I feel like ABC crew, like, they'll probably be doing that already. Dang, stocks are going to skyrocket. I hope so. Small guards on TNC are really good. That, and they have more also. So not only do they have really good small guards, they also have more small guards. So it's like, makes sense no matter how you look at it. Dom definitely fits in that group. He definitely is in that pedigree. He definitely is a top small guard, but it's like he's not getting to play against them and spar against them, whereas those guys over there are. Dang versus Hagel is really lost fight. That's what I'm saying. I want to see the game, or it didn't happen. Just gonna stay. Yeah, I think I want to do a watch party, but I have a feeling like TNC, like I would assume they're gonna do it already. Plays it at their own pace, gets to a spot. Yeah, Keem's game is very aesthetically pleasing. What would you say the top 3 things you need to be the best 1v1 player you can be? In shape, I always say. In shape is probably number 1. Being able to hit jab 3, super important, and being able to play through contact. Yo, what up, Bossa? Shout out Off the Dribble in the chat. We killed it. This weekend. Production crew was insane. You guys did an amazing job. I'm really happy with the way it turned out. I appreciate you, champ. Have a great night. Appreciate you, Rod. Appreciate you. Hopefully see you in here tomorrow. If not, catch you when I catch you. No, I'll be able to pause it, but you guys won't. We'll lose track. If you guys are doing a watch party with me, we'll lose track of where I'm at. Lat got more experience, better and more experience in his game. Nazarab, my life. Kel in Baldy combos too, then for real. Tapping into my watch party. I probably won't do one. A Davo production on 30 out of 10. I probably won't do a watch party. Again, like I said, we've already streamed for 4 hours talking about Judgment Day. And someone else will probably do it. Someone else is probably going to do a watch party. So y'all be disrespecting Cam. Coach, does the OTD have a group chat, including you and all the players? No. I mean, we have a Discord, but the players don't typically go in there. I usually, if I talk to a player, it's usually just through like Instagram or phone number. You got here late? That's all right, Breezy. That's all right. I started early today because I was going to have to end stream early. So I'll probably we went for 4 hours. I'll probably stop soon. We covered all the stuff I wanted to cover. But then tomorrow we're back to usual programming. We've got some game breakdowns to do. We're gonna break down the Keem Joseph free game. We're going to break that down. And then we've got a couple other games lined up too. Bijan 2-on-2. There was another 1v1 that dropped over the weekend that we'll get to. What up, Gold? How we doing? Davo said Malik could come and get the belt. Someone in the chat said that Davo's making him one apparently. So congrats to Malik. But yeah, we talked about each of the matchups. We talked about just Judgment Day in general. Did we talk about anything else today? Oh, we went into the rankings, which I wasn't wanting to get into the rankings today. We'll do an official ranking video later this week, but no love, no good. Are you talking about no good? Yeah, he's supposed to be playing Wani, right? What do I need to do to break down a game with you? What do you mean, like one of your games? Dang is going viral for that rebound. I know. That was crazy. I couldn't believe that rebound. I couldn't believe that. You grew up with no good? That's dope. The basketball world is so small. I say that all the time. But chat. Oh, how I do on YouTube? What do you mean break down a game with me? Like, how do you do the same thing I do? Honestly, you just boot up a game and start breaking down. But yeah, chat, I got nothing else to say today. I just wanted to get back and get my feet on the ground after traveling from San Francisco. Catch up with you guys through the live. Obviously, we do this every day at 11 a.m. PST. We did start a little bit early today, but tomorrow it'll be at 11 a.m. back to usual time. Got a lot of games to break down. Anything else you want to talk about, send it in the Discord. All right. Wants to break down, I guess. I don't know. We'll talk about it tomorrow. My brain is fried. But love you guys. Take care. Do something good for somebody. Appreciate you.